Figured it out.
Got it? Test, test. Are we good?
Yeah, you're good.
All right.
So the video's coming back now, and then I'll point at you.
Hey, welcome back to the U.S. Go Congress, Day 2. I'm Chris Garlock. With me this morning, Cole Pruitt and Will Lockhart, the filmmakers behind the Surrounding Game, which we saw at here, actually right behind us.
That's right.
In the main room at the Congress. Place was packed.
Yes.
A little bit of a nice reception.
Yes, it felt like a homecoming for us because, of course, the footage from the 2012 Go Congress, and we'd been planning for many years to come to the U.S. Go Congress and bring it back to the community. So, satisfying feeling.
It really did have that just coming home feel, and it was so funny sitting there. And I almost felt like as the film was unrolling, having each person who was in the film, half the room would have been standing by the end, right? And it was really cool because you had everybody in this film. And for those of you who haven't seen it, get yourself out there and see. We're going to talk about how to get a hold of it and do a screening and so forth. But everybody from, obviously is focused on the kids, going for the first professional, but you also got a lot of footage with some folks that have been around for a few years. So talk a little bit about, it's been a 5-year journey. We don't have time to do the whole 5 years, but what did you have in mind when you first started out? What was the basic idea?
Sure.
Yeah, so I think when we first started, the film has evolved a lot, as most films do when you're working on them for that long. What you start out making is not what you finish making, but I think going in, we saw this as a sort of world that needed to be shared, as a lot of Go players feel, right? This is, not just a game, but a whole, culture and history and all this stuff that we wanted, people outside the community to be aware of and to appreciate, and not even necessarily play, but to understand. And so I think we went in with sort of more of a Go focus at first, and then over time, as we started paring down the footage and building scenes and sort of figuring out what the narrative arcs were, it became much more about the characters. And so by the end, I think we really were trying to strike this balance between, a character-driven story where you're following, the emotional roller coaster of the tournament and what these guys are going through, both in the competition but also in life. So balancing that with, doing justice to this 3,000-year history, which is not an easy thing to feel confident about. So I think that was sort of what we ended up with, was kind of trying to marry those two.
I will say one thing that really came through to me at the screening yesterday is also how much emotional weight, how much energy has been put in over the last 30, 40, 50 years in American Go, and how the first pros are really, it's a culmination of so much time of effort and so much yearning for promotion in the West, and so much thought put in by the organizers to making Go bigger and better for everyone. So that community feel was extremely strong for me, just sitting at the screening yesterday. And I was happy to see that because that's powered the American Go community for decades. So that was a good feeling.
I thought you captured that really, really well. I mean, and I've sort of seen you guys release a few clips along the way, and it was really interesting, and I could kind of see it changing. But opening, for example, and I've been to Japan, I've seen, the guys that are making the boards with the old, it's too bad you couldn't have smell in that movie, because that smell of the
smell-o-vision next
right, to the kaya, that's an amazing smell. But to set that in that ancient history of the game, but then you've got this wonderfully intimate, as all good filmmakers do, you manage to be, everywhere, hanging out with these, kids. I mean, in their most, private moments. You got some amazing footage.
Yeah.
Really strong stuff.
Thank you. And I think someone asked a question about that in the Q&A, actually, about sort of, these kind of intimate shots and access. And so I think it was really something that makes the film what it is the fact that we came into it as part of the community, and as brothers and friends of the main characters. And so I think that kind of insider access really shapes the feel of the movie. It feels, I hope, like, you know, a journey through this world of Go, but from the perspective of, you know, from the insider sort of perspective, not from filmmaker who says, oh, I heard about this thing, let me go check it out, but from people who are actually part of that scene. So I think that's something that you can feel in the film that I'm excited about.
And I wonder too, when you have, you know, there's pluses and minuses. You know, if you come to a subject where you're not part of that community, of course you have that,
you get distance,
distance perspective, which can be good. But, you know, for my money, I mean, what you guys, I think you're, you know, being part of that community, which can be it can be tough,
yes.
right? You not have the distance, you maybe don't have the perspective, but it got you into a lot of places I don't think other folks would have gotten into it. Would you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, so I think one thing that a lot of people have asked us is, how did you interview these top professionals? And I talked to Hideo and Yamauta and Lee Sedol, at least Niwei Ping,
Go
Sagan, you know, folks like that. You may have heard of. And we were really surprised going to Asia just how much access the Go community there provided us. They were so welcoming and so open to people coming in to share what they had to offer about Go. And two, just the professionals themselves were so warm and welcoming for us coming in and saying, we'd like to have an interview. And they say, great, let's do it right now. And we can talk for an hour of their time. And I think that's because so many of them felt they kind of shared our mission, or what we were doing. They were really excited about, which is to share Go with people outside the community, and to explain to people, to show people outside the community what it means to these top professionals, why they care about the game. There's a line that is not in the film, but really still, you know, you can't have everything that you love in the film, but still brings this kind of brings this to the fore for me. Otaki Hideo, when asked about what is it about the game that he finds most compelling, says for him the goal is to make a beautiful picture on the board, so that in 100 years, someone could look at his game record and say, I wish this player was still alive today.
Wow.
And so
That
that's
must have been
something.
hard to cut that.
Right, and so, so I think in terms of getting access in Asia, so much was given to us by professionals and the professional organizations there, because they saw that we really wanted to get to the core of what professionals care about. And why they're engaged with the game.
I want to talk a little bit about I mean, you know, there's so many things that you know, I almost kind of like, I won't say you lucked into, but I mean, you know, just right time, right place.
Yeah,
and you can't be lucky that many times, and it's luck. I mean, you know, it's planning and I think having really good sort of instincts. But the session with Go Sagan, who must have died, what, a year
and a half later.
About a year and a half
So
later, yeah.
that is, it's amazing. And just talk a little bit. I mean, to me, the film is great and it has so much wonderful stuff. But when I saw that, I was like, becomes like a historical document.
Right. That is sort of the crown jewel. I mean, I think it's sort of undeniably
Beautiful.
the peak of the film in many ways. And we feel so lucky that we, as you say, that we were able to capture that. We had no expectation at all that we would get to see him. We didn't even dare ask. You know, like it didn't seem at all accessible. And so it was really Michael Redmond who made that possible. We had emailed him. We'd gotten in touch with him through None, and a couple weeks before we went on the trip, you know, we had a couple contacts. We had a couple things lined up. We were going to go to the Nihon Kiin and the Kansai Kiin, but you know, not that much planned in advance. And so we reached out to Michael and just said, hey, you know, are you going to be around? We'd love to meet you and talk to you and so forth. And he said, yes, I'll be here. That sounds great. You know, what are you looking to do? And we mentioned some, you know, a couple things, meet some pros, and he's like, oh, okay, well, what about Go Sagan?
Like, nah.
And yeah, right. And so, you know, it's just like we would couldn't even believe that he would say that.
Probably hadn't been on your list, right?
Exactly. Right. We were just like stunned almost, and we said, yes, of course, any way possible, you know, let me know. And so there was like this very anxious period of a week or so where we were just refreshing the email, you know, minute by minute to see if he was coming, because it wasn't sure. He wasn't sure whether he could get it to work. He knew Go Sagan's daughter, and the professional Niu Li, who's in that scene. So he had some connections to them, but of course, it's a delicate situation. So anyway, he was able to arrange that meeting, and it happened to be a week or two from his birthday. And so this was completely not planned. We met Michael at the train station, and as in that scene, he said, "All right, let's get a birthday cake," and we're like, "What?" He's like,
"That's what you do."
Right.
So it was just such a amazing, surreal, and just kind of magical moment to be there in person. And I think the scene captures a lot of what was there, but I mean, being there was, it's sort of impossible to fully communicate.
Well, the scene the scene with the birthday cake is very touching, but you couldn't really tell. And I'd seen Ghost Hagen probably right around the same time, and they did a big thing. But he was in a big hall, and there was lots of people, and he seemed kind of overwhelmed by it. I don't think he spoke, actually. And so when I saw the first part of that scene, I thought, okay, that's fine. But then you have this wonderful scene with him actually, doing it, and that just blew my mind.
Yeah.
He still seemed pretty sharp.
Yeah, what it was amazing to see was, so we had no idea what his condition would be like when we got there. We didn't know whether, he would be talkative, be lucid, be, or be completely, shut off.
Right.
And we had no idea what to expect. And when we first arrived, he seemed very out of it and distant and hard to. We weren't sure if this was really going to materialize in anything. And then they put him in front of the board, and suddenly
Snap to.
it just completely changed. And I think you can see that a little bit in the scene, but it's hard. It was so
in person. It was very clear.
Yeah, it was so striking in person how much I heard people talk about this like with old musicians and things like that. You put them in front of the piano, and all of a sudden they're a new person, and it felt like that.
So we need to wrap up this section, but I want to just talk a little bit about how can folks get hold of the movie. Let's do a little promotion here.
Right. So this screening at the Go Congress was the last of our screening tour that we started in April around the U.S. and Europe. So the next steps for us are translation. We have many languages to translate to. So if anyone out there is interested in working with translation, we probably have a space for you. And then after that, sometime in the fall before the holidays, we're going to release the film to the public. DVD download, Blu-ray, several different formats, merchandise for the film, the big release, as it were.
Okay.
Then next year, we're going to be transitioning to other modes of distribution. That could include TV. That could include theatrical in Asia, possibly. It could also include, and it will eventually include, VOD. So that's Netflix or Hulu or Amazon. That's kind of the longer trajectory.
Longer term.
Fingers crossed. I'd love to have that on my Netflix queue.
For sure. And then in the meantime, we haven't set an exact release date yet. It'll be later this year. But in the meantime, if people are interested in hosting their own screening, we have screening packs available.
Okay, so they can still do that.
So you cannot. It's not available for personal use yet.
Right.
Except here at the Go Congress.
Right.
We have some copies. But we are definitely looking for more people to host events of their own. So this could be at a Go tournament. This could be at a library, at a school, at a local theater, independent theater.
Right.
We've had a number of people already purchase the screening pack and host a screening and sell their own tickets.
And they're going very well, I hear.
Yeah,
the reports that we've had.
It's been really great. There was one in Seattle that was fantastic. The Seattle Go Center organized as a fundraiser. So there's a lot of different ways to do it, but if you check out our website,
It's on the website.
Yeah, surroundinggamemovie.com.
Okay, and it's also on the AGA website. We've done several stories, and we will continue to report as those things go along. So we really appreciate it. One important thing.
Yes.
So we had these e-journal caps.
Oh, Chris.
For I know. So they're for e-journal staffers. But they're also for folks, we gave one to Go Sagan actually, and folks who contribute to the spread of Go throughout the world. And I think you guys have more than earned them. So.
Chris, you're going to make me cry. This is so wonderful. Thank you.
Wear it for your next shoot. And
I'll wear it for my game today, Chris.
Oh,
it's perfect.
Wonderful. Congratulations on a wonderful film.
Thank you so much.
Cole Pruitt. Will Lockhart. Coming up next, the Masters Round 1. We're going to have commentary by Shirley Lynn, 1P, live board starting momentarily, and commentary will start once the game gets going. Thanks for watching.
Thanks, everyone.
All games are played with ADA rules. This means, in short, 7.5 coding is used for all new games. Japanese style territory mapping is used by default, but if both players agree, they may use time style area counting instead, the result will be the same. Whenever you pass, you must pass a prisoner to your opponent. Pass a stone to your opponent as a prisoner. White must make the last move. If white makes the first pass, and then black passes, the game is not over until white passes again. White must make the last move, and pass a stone as a prisoner for every pass. If you have any problems with your clocks, there are instructions on how to set them on the back of your table numbers. If a clock malfunctions, please flag down on the department director and let us know as soon as possible. You can correct clock errors if you see it immediately, but if the clock runs out of time, that is important. Please pay attention to your clock and make sure it's making sound. If it's not, let us know ASAP. Thank you, and we will have a rule summary overlay before we begin our game.
Good morning. So, a couple quick announcements. The senior tournament sign-up sheet, it says all the way to the left of the registration table. It's not like the host of papers for the simultaneous exhibitions that are being played today. So if you want to play in simultaneous, those are on the right. The senior tournament is on the left. The category sign-up will be posted after the first round of the U.S. Open. If you're having a problem with your badge, there'll be a list out on the table, and please put your name down there, and we will send you the badge for you.
Somebody spilled water on the table across. So have somebody raise their hands where the wet table.
Okay, I've been told that someone's already come to the drink on a tablecloth. We have a replacement tablecloth. Whose table is it? Raise your hand. The man walking down the secondary staff with the tablecloth will replace your tablecloth. Please do not dump drinks on the cloths. We have two assistant tournament directors who will be wandering in the area, so if the clock stops for some reason, or there's some point of information, please call them over. If you have a non-player in your group, at 9 o'clock every morning on days where the U.S. Open being played, except for Saturday, in the lobby right out here where registration is, we will have a person who will coordinate a group tour for the day. So today they're going to go to the Fashion Valley Mall, do a lot of shopping. Tomorrow they're going down to Old Town. So if you're interested in that, we'll be in the registration area at 9 a.m. I think that's my announcements. Now we're going to have the translations of the rules. Matthew?
及把一起必须做的就是下最后一步棋。如果现在没有问题的话，那么后面我们是数控的。但是如果双方棋手都同意以中国规则来实数的话，也是可以的，就是到时候再大家协商。谢谢。
はい、よろしくお願いします。今日本人は7億半です。それで、戦いの終わるとき、パスして、そのとき、1億を相手にあげます。それで、勝負の終わるとき、勝負の終わるとき、白は最後の手を打ちます。最後のノートは、日本の真のスコア数をします。
Excuse me, we have one more language you'd like to slide, so if you'd like to practice this Korean, pay attention, otherwise just be quiet. We'll give you the tournament director again to actually kick off here.
One more small announcement first. When you finish your game, fill out the carry slip next to you and drop it into the box at the tournament check-in desk outside. If you don't have your slip next to you, don't worry, we'll distribute them. You may begin.
Excuse me for one last second announcement. The assistant tournament directors. There's one. Raise your hand. There's the other. Okay, so they're wandering the floor. If there's an equipment problem, the stones don't work properly when you slam them down. If the clocks are not working, we want to know about that right away. Grab them. I'll be seated up here for a little bit during the beginning just to cheer you on. Go back to work.
opponent has not arrived yet, they now lose by forfeit. Please take your results slip and see me at the TV desk outside. Thank you. If there is anyone else around the rink who is also with an opponent, you may choose to play them for a fun game or a suspect game. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the U.S. Open. This is the 33rd Annual U.S. Go Congress, live from sunny Southern California in San Diego. And we're right now in the AGA headquarters. We're in a skybox right now, overlooking the main playing area. That's the ballroom downstairs. Our setup this year has been exceptional. And with us today is Shirley Lin, one-time professional.
Yes. Hi. My English name is Shirley Lin, and 我的中文名字叫林雪芬。然后今天我们来跟大家就是介绍一下这个第一台的围棋。
Right. So today we'll be bringing you guys commentary on board one of round one of the U.S. Open Masters. I will serve as the translator. As Shirley speaks Chinese and guides us through the game.
然后今年是第一次有欧洲的棋手来参加我们美国的围棋大会。
Right. This is one of the first occasions where we've had European players joining us at the U.S. Go Congress. As you can see, one of the players, Nada Jean-Loup, is from France.
看来我们这个比赛就是越来越吸引很多人来参加。
So it looks like we're attracting more and more players from all around the world to this tournament.
那今天我们就开始那个黑棋是胡子阳二段，胡子阳是这个二段是中国棋院，就是在中国拿的职业棋手。
So now let's introduce the players. Playing as black is Hu Ziyang, two-time pro from China.
然后白棋是法国来的 player。
I'm hoping that I pronounced that right. Playing as white is Nada Jean-Loup from 7 Dan, registered as 7 Dan from France.
好，那我们现在就是看一看这个围棋是他们是怎么开始的布局。
All right, well, let us dive into the game and see what they have played so far.
那个围棋就是在美国还不算是特别普及，是吧
？Yeah, actually, so Shirley was saying Go is not a very common sport in America yet, and obviously we're trying to bring this game to more people.
你现在也在美国做一些推广的工作，是不是
？Yeah, that's right. So currently I'm kind of a promoter in North America. We're all in an effort to broadcast this game.
我现在是住在就是这边的洛杉矶，也在做一些推广的工作。
Shirley now lives in Los Angeles. She is also doing great work to promote the game.
好，那其实围棋是很简单的游戏。并不是那么难，是吧
？Yeah. So Go is actually a very simple game. Contrary to what some people might think, it's not very hard to get started.
好，那我们先先看一看这个棋盘，然后这个棋子，然后就是如果初学的话，要怎么样开始学这个围棋
？Right. So let's look at the board first. Let's talk about how to begin the game.
好的，那现在开始，我们就是先摆一下。先来看一看这个棋盘跟棋子。
All right, so let's take a look at the Go Ban, also known as the Go board, and what's being placed.
OK, 那你先来，对，你来摆黑棋，是胡子阳，对，然后我来摆白棋。
All right, so Hu Ziyang's taking black, and Nada Jean-Loup is taking white.
好，那第一手这个叫什么呢
？So does everyone know what this move is called?
对，那个角上一般就是说这个棋盘，我们先看棋盘，这个棋盘有4个角，那一般我们就是初学者都叫做金角银边草肚皮，就是先占一个角，是不是
？So this is one of the corners of the board. There are 4 corners in total. So one of the common sayings in Go is you value the corners the most, and then the sides, and finally the center. So usually people start a game by taking one of the corners.
好，那个站脚的方法，中间这个我们叫做有个星位，站脚的方法是有很多种，这小目是其中的一种。
Right, so actually there are many ways to occupy a corner or to take control of a corner. One of the most common or popular moves is the 3-4, also known as komoku in Japanese.
好，那我们站脚的方法就是说，有星位，有小目，然后有这个目外跟高目。
Yeah, so Shirley showed us 4 common ways to take control of a corner. For instance, there is the start point, and that is the komoku as we see in the game. And this is takamoku, 3-5, and finally the 4-5. So all of these are very common moves seen in games today.
当然最近还有最流行的站3-3的也有啊，对呀、然后 AlphaGo 出来以后，5-5也很多，就是开始变成比较 popular 了。
Right. So now there's more freedom as we bolden ourselves to try out more opening patterns. For example, this 3-3 formation has been made very popular by the recent emergence of AlphaGo, and even the 5-5. Now, personally, I wouldn't be strong enough to play it, but it is certainly an option.
好，那我们就先看看他走的第一步小目。
Right, so let's take a look at the actual game. In the game, Black did take a territorial approach to play 3-4.
好，白棋这里就走一个星位。
Right. So White played at the start point as the second move.
好，黑棋占一个还是小目，也是这个叫错小目布局。
Right, so Black took another 3-4 point, and this is actually known as the dual 3-4 opening.
好，接下来棋盘上最大的就是金角嘛，站角跟挂角都是很大的棋，白棋选择了叫做挂角。
Right, so the next move, White chose to one of the options, either to take another corner or approach Black's corner. And oh, by the way, we should mention, we got a word from the producers here. Apologies for our positioning of the board because it is currently upside down, but we will definitely fix that very soon.
好，现在小飞挂完以后，就开始进入一个叫做定式了。
Right. So after the approaches, now it's time to enter the Joseki.
但这些都是布局的理论。事实上，站完角以后，这些都是边，就是第二大。站完这个挂角属于走边，这个加工其实也是走边。
Right. So after the corners, usually it's time to consider more about the sides. So White playing here was a side approach, and Black pincering White was also a move that focuses on the side.
好，那现在白棋走在这里也是站一个边。
Right. So White splitting here is also a move that intends to split Black's side on the left.
然后黑棋这里是尖顶一个 kick 一下。
Right. So Black in the game kicked, and this is one of the attacking moves.
这个也是挂角，刚才这是小飞挂角，这就是一箭高挂。
Right. So White in the game approached another time. Now the approach we've seen before is a one space low approach, and this one, as we've seen it, it's a one space high approach.
这个是最传统的脱退定式。
Right. So this is one of the most commonly known Josekis. So Black pulls back.
哦，接下来就是围棋，通常那些棋都是连着的。那接下来对于初学者来说，它就是出现一个断点。
Right. Usually we encourage players to connect their groups early and leave little weaknesses. And in this case, White has a cutting point.
对，所以这个 connect 这是白棋连起来是一个不断点的一个好棋。
Right, so white connecting in the actual game was a good way to fix that weakness.
然后黑棋跳一个，这是定式。
And black jumps out. This is the common follow-up to the Joseki.
这个也是小飞。
Right, this is a nice move played by white.
一个，白棋挡住，现在又出现了一个断点。我们，对啊，我们刚才这个断点是白棋连起来了，现在白棋这里又出现了断点。
Right, so we talked about cutting points earlier, but as we see now, after white blocks, there's another cutting point right here.
对，那这个黑棋肯定不会错过，有断点，黑棋通常都是要断，棋从断处生。
Right, there's another common saying in Go that in order to start a fight, you must start from the cutting point. And in this case, it's unlikely that black will miss this opportunity, as he cuts right here.
对，因为这个断开以后，我们就是作战的时候就看气，断开以后，这一个白棋它就剩下2气，另外一边剩下3气。
Right, usually after a cut, we look at the number of liberties of each group. For instance, this group has 2 liberties here and here, and the 2 stones on the bottom side have 3 liberties.
那黑棋等于这边的作战，它有1、2、3、4个子，加上这个5个，然后来进攻来打这3个子，这是黑棋的势力范围，黑棋是要发力来进攻的。
So locally, black is stronger here because, as we can see, black has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 stones in total, and white has 1, 2, and 3. So locally, black outnumbers white, therefore he should take a more aggressive approach here.
然后白棋在这边的处理，它肯定不能两边都要了，就被断开2个顾，它肯定只能够放弃一边。就是你觉得哪边重要，就先走哪一边，不可能两边都能够就是逃跑。
Right, so at the moment white is split into 2 groups, it's almost impossible that he can save both of them. He has to take care of what's more important here.
那通常要救哪一边呢？都会救多一点的子的一边，大一点。
Right, so normally when we try to decide which group to save, we look at the number of stones. In this case, white has 2 over here, so probably should start from here.
好，那接下来断完以后，白棋就2路搬了一个。好 ，OK， 然后挡住。
So white punish and black blocks.
是，现在又出现一个 cutting point 断点，就是我们围棋断点很重要，就是要小心这个断点。出现这个断点以后，白棋应该是要连接这个断点。
Right, so now we see another cutting point, and as we talked about it before, cutting points are very important in Go. In this case, white should fix this cutting point.
好，就是如果它不连起来的话，这里一打吃这个子是跑不掉的。
So if white doesn't fix this weakness, and black can Atari in order to kill this stone.
OK， 现在是你走白棋。
So white connects here.
对。好。这里打吃以后，这个子就跑不掉了。我们叫做扭羊头，有个扭羊头的形状。
In this case, black has a ladder on the left side, so white cannot escape from here.
那如果白棋逃跑的话，怎么样吃掉它？它那个。
If white escapes, do you guys know how to kill this group?
对呀。然后你可以黑棋怎么走可以把它吃掉？你来摆黑棋。对，它逃跑，对。
And black plays here.
对，然后扭羊头它就是跑不掉，所以这个子就要放弃了。
Right, so this is a ladder that doesn't work very well for white. He must sacrifice here.
好，那现在这里打吃。
So white Ataris. Black takes.
这个还是布局的理论，走完以后还是要站边。
white pincers in the game. This is another part of opening theory. We should turn back to the sides after we finished this sequence locally.
哦，这个叫做跳，往中间。
So black jumps out.
好，跳完以后，白棋这边就是哦，这个也是一个补断点的好棋。
We'll place the tiger's mouth here. This is a very good way of fixing a weakness.
这个尖一个是缩小白棋的眼位。
So black plays here the Kusumi to shrink white's base on the bottom.
因为底下没有足够的那个空间做活，所以就是白棋要逃跑出去。
Right. There's not enough space on the bottom to live, so white must jump out.
哦，这个棋叫做尖冲，尖冲一个是很好的棋。
So this move is called shoulder hitting, and it's a very good move.
那个AlphaGo是特别喜欢尖冲，是吧？一有山路的，肯定是要尖冲，是。
Yeah. So this move is very liked by AlphaGo. We've seen that a lot in AlphaGo's games. It really likes to shoulder hit.
这个尖冲我觉得还是很有力量的，因为如果白棋这边脱先不走，这一挡下去就贴住它，也可以贴在上面，所以尖冲我感觉它是那个特别有力量的一手棋。
So Shirley thinks that this shoulder hit is very powerful because if white doesn't respond locally, black can either push from the top or block here. So there's some territory here.
这盘棋这边还是比较弱，白棋还是要照顾这边，要逃跑啊。
Right. This group is more important, so white must take care of that by jumping out first.
Push. 好，这个正一个叫做猴子脸，猴子跳，猴子脸。
So this capping move from above is called a horse shape.
好，黑棋拖一个。
So black attaches, white hanes.
好，现在又产生一个断点了。白棋这个搬完以后有个断点在这边，所以黑棋毫不犹豫就是要断上去。
So now we've seen another cutting point here, as we talked about before. Cutting points are very important, so black will not miss this opportunity. Of course, he will try to cross cut.
好，打吃一下。
White Ataris, black extends.
这个长一个就是十字扭断长一边。
So we have another proverb in Go that says, when you're in a crosscut situation, you should extend to one side. Black Ataris.
白棋爬一个，左边有一些 territory 跟眼位，这个是先把它做活了再说。就是我们下围棋一块棋，把它做活有眼位是很重要的。如果没有眼位，像刚才这一块白没有眼位，就要一直跳，跑到中间，要逃跑出去，就会被别人追。那如果有眼位安定了，像黑棋这个安定了就不用逃跑了。
Yeah, so white in the game played the pushing move here to make more eye shape on the left side, and as we've seen with this white group, because it doesn't have enough space to live on the bottom side, it has to run out, and black could potentially attack it. So this move is very important in securing life for the white group, as both black groups are already settled.
这个又是一个围棋的术语，二子头必扳，就是两个子贴住紧着气的时候，碰到这种情况，一定是要扳住二子头。黑棋走就扳他的头，白棋走也是扳， 所以我们这个也是有个术语。
Lots of proverbs today. So this is another one of our proverbs that says when you're having a two versus two situation, you should hane at the head of it. So in this case, the hane here will be a vital point for black, and vice versa. This hane would also be very important for white. Oh, we've got a question from the audience, by the way. You feel free to ask any questions as on YouTube and Twitch chat as we respond to them live here from the studio. One of the questions is, what does Shirley think about the top right corner not being played?
因为一开始左边这个白棋跳出来啊，这边变成一个孤棋，就忙着逃跑，然后黑棋又忙着进攻，所以现在右边这个 corner 大家都没有时间跑去站，因为现在左边很重要。刚刚说左边这个死活很重要，如果白棋不走的话，这边又变成黑棋，就变成孤棋的话，他忙着要做活，然后白棋这边跳的也是忙着做活。现在就是主动权还是在黑棋这边，我估计就是说这个黑棋如果腾出手的话，是想要站右边的。现在先把这边左边怎么进攻啊，告一段落。
So Sherry thinks that it depends on the game really, and in this case, the bottom left corner, as positioned from our board, is more important. We've seen a lot of fighting here, so white has to take care of those groups first, and black is also busy attacking white. Perhaps when either side has a chance to tanuki, they might be able to take that corner.
好，现在我们又讲到搬完以后又出现了一个断点。
Right. So after white hanes, we've seen another cutting point emerge. So cuts. Like Ataris.
那就形成转换，白棋把这边做活。
So there's a trade happening here. Black has killed one stone here, but white has also made life.
好，他会黑棋长一个。
Black extends.
你要白棋，他会打吃一下。白棋，是。现在还是黑棋是进攻的态势，然后白棋还是忙着在底下做活。
So black is still in an attacking position, and white is still trying to, of course, take care of all these groups.
爬一个还是继续做活。
Yep. So Quan on second line, of course, to make life there. Black cuts. White Ataris and black takes. And white seals in.
这个次一个都是绝对的先手，这个不能被冲断，所以都是要连接，很重要。
So this peep is absolutely sente because white cannot afford to have those stones die. He must connect.
逃跑一个。
So now we're in a battle.
这边现在黑棋还是很主动，正在整体进攻这一块，这个也是断点，冲断这个白棋。
Right. So black pushing is another forceful move. Black is still in an advantageous position here, as he tries to attack white. And battle continues here.
对。
Black extends. white blocks.
哦，这边也是有个斑段，白棋这个地方加一个没有度过，因为这边有一个斑是先手，这个斑完以后有一个双教吃，所以没有办法连通。
Yeah, this Hane is very sharp, as we can see. One might think that white can connect by playing here, but in fact, black has a Hane, so white tries to cut. There is a double Atari that will break white's shape apart.
所以这个地方是没有办法连通的。那被分段以后，白棋这块棋就是全部被包围在里边，已经没有办法出头了。这时候白棋就要考虑自己的死活问题。现在白棋这块棋的，就是要想办法做活。做活的要领呢，就是要把自己的眼位扩大。
Right. So in order to live here, as we can see, white's no longer able to connect himself together. He must think about the life and death of this group. One of the common ways of making life is to expand the eye space.
这个也是二子投臂斑，虽然它是3个子，但是它凸出来这2个等于斑完以后只有2气，这也相当于是有点像二子投臂斑的形状。
So this is actually kind of similar to Haning at the head of 2 stones, even though there might be 3. It might seem like there are 3 stones here. These 2 are the only ones that are exposed. So the shape looks kind of similar. So looks here. And black extends, so the fight continues.
好，接下来这个形状也是一个断点，会有一个扑哧的形状。
So there's another cutting point here. As we can see, if white doesn't respond, then black can throw in to kill those 3 stones. So white has to connect here.
好，那这里。哦，好，刚才我们讲到白棋做活是要把眼位要做大，那现在黑棋想要杀白棋的话，就是要缩小眼位。我们通常就是用斑来缩小它的眼位。
So we talked about enlarging the living space in order to live, and if black wants to kill, he should do the opposite, which is to shrink that space, which is why black has played the Hane here.
哦，现在出现了一个打劫，白棋要提劫。打劫是在围棋这边比较有趣的一个形状，因为对呀，还要找劫材，有一些转换，就是比较复杂，但是又很有变化，很有意思的一个，对呀，一个规则是吧？
So white takes the ko, and ko's are actually one of the most fun parts about Go because it's very subtle. There's a special rule about it, and in order to win a ko, you have to find ko threads on the board. So it's it's difficult, but it's very interesting.
现在属于对就是布局的时候，我们也有个术语叫做出其无劫。布局啊，前半盘没有什么劫财的时候，所以黑棋就连起来没有打劫，叫出其无劫。
So another proverb, or another famous saying in Go is there are no ko threads at the beginning of the game, and as we can see, because it's still early into the game, black doesn't really have ko threads to respond to the capture. Therefore, black will just connect. And white extends, black takes.
哦，那下到现在就形成一个转换了，看起来白棋是把这边全部弃掉了，然后要做外面这个大模样。
So it looks like we've seen a trade happening on this side here. White has seemingly given up all the stones on the side, and now he's trying to make a lot happen on the right.
哦，这个尖冲是非常好的一步棋，看到3线就尖冲。
So this shoulder hit is another excellent move. As we said before, when you see a move on the third line, you might consider shoulder hitting, and this is one of those occasions.
那你喜欢黑棋还是白棋呢？现在这个形势。
Let me think. Seems hard to tell, right? Difficult position to judge here.
白棋是有外势，很有潜力，在外面看起来很大。黑棋就是实地比较多，吃了这里这一块，一个角2个角已经拿到了，这个边也很大。
Right, so black has a lot of territory already, as we can see from the captures, and there is a decent amount of territory here. However, white does have some central influence, so for those who prefer territorial games, it might be preferable to choose black. But for those willing to engage in moyo fights, they could prefer white.
看起来白棋是要围大模样，围很多目，但是现在的就是如果黑棋下得好的话，说不定还要攻它的后势，因为这块棋你说厚也不厚，并不算厚，那有可能黑棋这2个跑出来还可以要进攻这一块白棋。
Right, it seems difficult for white to make a moyo here, though, because if black plays well enough, in fact, he might even be able to attack white's wall, because if black can run out with those 2 stones here, as you can see, white's shape is not exactly that solid. So black jumps out.
我感觉如果是我下，我就不喜欢走在里边跟外面这样交换。就是第一手我看到这个黑棋的话，有点意外。就是如果要进攻白棋的话，就算要刺的话，说不定刺到外面。就是如果能走到外面，这样的话，我觉得我更喜欢就是这样。现在的棋都要走到外面。如果再吃那里边的3个，感觉有点小，跟我想象的有点不一样。他下这步棋，我有点意外，没有想到。
So I was a little bit surprised to see black making this exchange on the inside, because black played this move and white blocked on the outside. So I prefer something like peeping on the outside and forcing white to block, and then extending. And do something like this.
对，走在外面，感觉是棋要走在外面。现在走在里面，要吃它3个是有点小。我们看看。
So it feels a little bit small here to just capture those 3 stones on the inside. And our apologies once again for the flipped board. We'll get that issue fixed as soon as possible. So now what you're seeing in the camera view might be opposite this way.
对，因为这个角是活的，这边也是活的，就是2边都活了，再吃这3个就有点小了。
So it feels kind of small capturing those 3 stones, because black is already alive. This group and both of them were alive before the capture. So this feels a little bit small. So black pushes, white jumps out.
黑棋还是抢到这个角了。我们刚才说这边进攻了半天，就是黑棋一直是要找机会脱手，要争这个角的。
Black is always looking for a chance to get to take the corner, and now he's finally done it. He's got Sente, and now he's taking the 5-4.
对，所以这个看来这盘棋黑棋还是比较顺的下的，就是最终还是抢了这个角。全盘来说，黑棋就是目还是保持的很多，然后这边抢到先手占个这个角。现在感觉是黑棋就是空也多，也容易掌控，就是黑棋比较优势的局面。
Still seems like a very good game for Black, as he has got a lot of territory on this side, and now he's finally got the chance to take the corner. Therefore, he has a way to limit White's potential in the center, and we consider this to be an easier game for Black when he's got a lot of territory and good control of the board.
那现在就是看将来白棋，看有没有机会从这边开拆，把这一块围起来。就是有机会要争胜负的话，就要看这一块了。
So if White wants to have a chance to win this game, he must enclose a lot in this area here.
所以这个对了，他就对他比我他想要围这边。
Right, which is exactly what White did in the game. White played this side approach here.
黑棋这个跳还是不紧不慢，先拿到实地再说，不担心你，慢慢来。
Black was very calm as he chose the one space high enclosure. So just to get the just to get the corner territory first.
好，这个是大飞，先把边守住。
So this is a large nice move, trying to secure the side territory.
那围大模样的话，这个边我们要破的话，通常就是找它有突破的地方，空旷里面这边可以进来，这边可以进来，所以。
So when we're trying to break into a moyo, first thing we should look for are the openings. For example, this is an opening which Black ended up taking.
这个飞是有个断点的，白棋尖断。
But there is a cutting point here. So White has chosen to cut Black apart, and Black blocks. White cuts. Black extends. So White extends here.
哇，这个看起来，它这个长出来，黑棋是有点像要攻后式的这个形状。刚才还说这个是不是后式？这个长出来好像黑棋还继续瞄着这一块白棋，想要进攻这一块。
So it looks like Black was ready to attack this group, even though it seemed like a wall. We just got news from the game actually that Black has won by resignation, but we should keep looking at the moves. Yeah.
哇，这个好像要大吃这一块。
So it seems like Black is playing very aggressively.
那这块白棋如果被包围住，他就要想要做活的问题了。一个是要想突破，第二个就要做活。那现在外面它这个大飞还是比较空的，所以还是想办法要突破出去。
Right. So actually, these two stones are ready to be connected. So in order to keep this battle going, White must connect himself by separating those two stones from Black's move here.
跳一个。
So White jumps out.
尖冲很好用，碰到山路就尖冲。
We're seeing a lot of shoulder hits here as Black takes on another one.
通常对付尖冲就是白棋有两个下法，一个是贴在4线上，一个是藏在3线上。一般就是两种应对，要么就是脱先。
There's usually two ways to respond to a shoulder hit. One of them is pushing towards the 4th line, and one of them is blocking the 3rd line. And in the game, White chose the 4th line. Black extends.
白棋小飞一个。
Oops. Black plays.
对，黑棋。
Nice move.
也小飞。
Seems like Black is very aggressive.
这个黑棋一边压白棋，一边自己做一些掩卫。
So Black is pushing White very low on this side, and at the same time, he's trying to make eye shape.
白棋如果想争胜负的话，必须要把这一块全部吃掉，才有机会赢。
So now it's a very difficult game for white because as long as black lives in this area, white won't have enough territory to compete with black.
所以，但是想吃掉这一块不容易，是不是？
Yeah, it's very hard to kill this group actually, as we see there's a lot of flexibility with black's shape. It's quite difficult task.
对，那不容易，他也要想办法要吃，也没办法，逼着要，对呀。
So white has to find a way though, because this is gonna determine the game.
对。从打一个。
So black pushes, white blocks.
黑棋只要把这块棋做活了就赢了，这盘
So
棋。
black only actually needs to live this group in order to win.
对，那活一块就是做2个眼睛，做出2个真眼睛就活了。
So in order to live a group, as you may have heard, you need 2 eyes. So 2 intersections that your opponent cannot go in.
这个白棋不能理了，继续贯彻，一定要吃。对呀，不吃的话目数不够了。
White cannot simply just respond to the turning move here, because white must kill. That's what white is trying to do right now.
那黑棋就靠一个先连通，搭一些眼睛。好，白棋继续，
So white
继续
hides.
分段是要想，对呀，想要吃断。
So another cutting point here. White trying to kill black desperately.
白棋打吃。
So black Ataris, allowing white to take the stone.
然后黑棋再打
Ataris
吃。
again.
这个白棋想吃黑棋，必须要接上，不接这一提又打劫了。
So white has to connect, obviously, otherwise there will be a ko once again if black takes the stone.
哇，现在都要跑出去连回家了，这个已经很难吃，很难吃得掉。
So now it's almost impossible to kill this group now because black is already almost home. He's almost connected completely.
如果这个不接的话，硬要封住它的话，这个不用打结，从这边要打吃包住，可以吃掉它一朵花，就是吃掉这一朵花是只有一个眼。
So if white tries to seal from the outside, black can also choose to Atari here, and if white connects, this will be a capture, but the capture only amounts to 1 eye.
对，那虽然只有一个眼，但是我们可以摆一下，就是杀一块棋的话，它是提掉眼，但是白棋、黑棋周围这边还可以做一个眼，比较容易。就是将来我们来看看，如果提掉这个5个棋。 我们叫做提掉这个梅花五是吧？梅花五要杀它的话，要点中间，它是一个大眼睛。
Right.
对，一个大眼睛它是不够活的。不过就是黑棋在旁边还是有很多借用，所以要做眼睛要从这边跳，或者这边再跳一个，就容易做眼在外面。
So Shirley talks about continuations after this variation. As we know, this is only 1 eye. It's called well, in America they call
flower,
it a cross, but like a flower or a cross. I'm out of words here, but it's a very big eye, as you can see, and black's shape is so good he can actually make many exchanges here to get another.
所以他接上以后，黑棋虎了一个，黑棋基本上已经逃跑出去了，没有办法捉得住他。
So after black plays the tiger's mouth, there's pretty much no way white can kill this black group.
就是如果白棋硬要还想封的话，他自己的毛病也会出来。这里搬一个挡一个，就是会有断点，就简单顶一个，然后。 白棋就出现了断点，比如最简单就是搬一个打吃就把它断开了， 这断开以后，白棋本身这边要做眼不活，这边再过来，就没有办法吃黑棋了。
Right. As we've shown in this variation, white actually can't really try to kill black because if white really tries to split, and then black will have some sente moves here. If we replay this variation, black will have those two.
可以再走一次。
Black will have those two sente exchanges.
他挡。对，他在挡住。
So if black can
最简单的就虎一个。
the tiger's mouth.
对，再打棋。
Cut.
就最简单的再度过。
So this is one of the more simple choices by black, as white needs to live on the right side. He doesn't have enough eye shape yet, and there's a potential cap here. So white has too many things to take care of.
所以白棋也没有选择，也不敢从这边就是继续要包围来吃这块。那断这两个就有点小了，吃这两个目数就不够了。
Right, so white can't really kill the entire group. In the game, white chose to actually just cut, but even if white can capture those two stones, it's not enough point.
那黑棋跳一个，全部连通，这个形状，这个黑棋已经宣布胜利了。只要这块棋一活，它就，对呀。 就不会输出去了。
So as we expected, black managed to connect, and that was pretty much a declaration of victory here. Black is all connected, and white doesn't have enough points to compete with.
然后它不但是连通了，而且把白棋这一块包住了。白棋这一块马上就又有一个做活的问题了。如果不做活的话，就是黑棋直接点进去，这一块棋要死掉。
Right, so black is not only just connected, he's actually threatening to kill this white group because, as we can see, black's surroundings are very solid. He can actually choose to play something like a peep, like this, to threaten to kill. So white peeps.
好。 白棋冲这里是有 cutting point， 又有一个一定是要断它的。刚才我们说的比较多就是交叉的，就是扳头的 cutting point， 这个叫做一直跳的，这个形状也是有个断点。
Right. So this game seems to be about cutting points. We've talked a lot about it, and well, what we mentioned before are mostly cross cuts. This is another different situation in which black can wedge. And this is a move that separates the two white groups. Taris, black connects.
好，现在白棋也要忙着做活了。
Right. So white has to try to make something happen here.
哦，他如果做活。 就是被加吃一个，就是宣布投降了，等于是，所以他最后再拼一下，就是这个强硬要跑出去，还想继续要吃所有的这一块棋。
Right. So this is white's last effort to make things happen because if he had just lived simply, then black would have killed those two stones that were there, and that would be a clear victory for black.
好，那我们再看看。 这个对这个点跟我们刚才说的一样，就是虽然刚才是没有这两个子的交换，这个形状也是点在这里。那现在就算交换了这两个子，我们可以当它是透明的、不存在的，一样是有这个点，因为它这个气很紧，这边有断，这个形状就是把它可以看成一个跳方，像我们经常会有这样的形状，补棋的话要跳个方。 那这个多一个也是一样，这个虎一个也是一个形状，方的形状。那这个点呢，有时候我们下棋不容易发现这个形状，就是有时候你头脑里看一看，这是一个跳方，我们就是学过最简单的，就容易发现这个是一个形状的要点。
So black has decided to play the vital point here. we can actually try to figure out where this vital point could be, because if white had chosen to fix, he would have played at the exact same spot, which is here, to fix the eye shape. So notice that actually this stone doesn't really make a difference, because even if that stone wasn't there, we would have chosen this point to make a table shape to secure a life. So it's the same position here. Even with those 3 stones over there, black can still choose to take this vital point.
白棋有很多个 cutting point， 白棋很多的人1、2、3不知道补哪一个了，他就先接起来再说。
So white had 3 cutting points here, 1, 2, and 3. So the first thing that comes to mind is to connect.
好，那杀棋的要领也是要缩小眼位，尖一个。
A crucial thing to do when you are trying to kill is to
断点先连起来。
Yeah.
好，现在这一块白棋已经没有眼睛了，不过这次还有个后门可以跳回去。对，如果黑棋挡住，我们就开始叫做收气，收气来杀。
So if black can get to block here, then it would just be a matter of collecting liberties. There is still a back door right now if white wants to connect, but that's from the second line. In the game, black plays here first, trying to do more in the center.
是可以一边可以逃跑一边延气，然后下一步可以飞掉这个。
So black threatens to kill those 3 stones, so white has to
先逃跑。这个跳一个比直接挡还好。这个跳一个一边是主渡，就不让它渡过。第二个呢，再爬一下，爬进去，这边还可以做眼。
So this jump in the game was even better than what we suggested in the block, because not only can this separate white, it can also make some potential eye shape here.
挡住。然后
So
对，
white
再去立
extends.
一个。这个气，
So black cuts.
对，这个断一个。
White blocks here. So game white block black blocks.
这边会有一个收气，就是如果是白棋先走的话，就形成一个对杀。白棋先走的话要收气，通常怎么收呢？
So there is a caption race here if whether or not white goes first. What would you guys think would be the vital point if white had chosen to go first?
这种形状的感觉就是我们很容易就第一个想到就是要卡住它。如果走这个，它就连起来。如果这样走的话，我们就可以简单的先数数气。
So the first thing that comes to mind is this move over here. If black extends, white can try to block.
对，这样数数气，白棋有4气，黑棋3气，这样黑棋是不够气。
As you can see, this will be 3 versus 4. Black has 3 liberties and white has 4. In that case, black would lose by 1 liberty.
那第二种收气的方法呢，就是很容易也想到卡一个就是弃子。
So another way to actually win this capturing race is to play here.
卡一个，然后打吃。
And
对，然后滚包再打吃，它连起来。
this is the natural sequence.
对，再立一个，也是这样的话，3气对2气，也是白棋快了1气。
So this variation would also ensure a victory for white in this capturing race, because that would be 2 versus 3. So black is behind by 1 liberty again.
对，白棋可以吃掉这个黑棋这边，就是如果吃掉以后，黑棋这边飞进来或者爬进来， 这边就可以做活有眼，中间这里还吃掉，还有个眼。
But even if white could win the capture and raise, white could just play a move like this, the push here, or the Keima to make life. In the future, has even more potential to just kill those 2 stones.
这样白棋也不行。
That would also be a loss for white on the board.
所以白棋选择了先挡一个，是吧？
So white chose to block, and black came back here.
那这个挡住以后，白棋这几个就死掉了。那这一块棋是不是也死掉了？
So after black blocked, we can see that those 3 white stones are dead. That means maybe those few stones are dead too.
好，现在卡一个，他想做一个大头鬼。
So white's trying to make something happen here.
对，然后打吃，对，踢掉。这是一个大头鬼的形状，再铺一个。
So this is a tombstone to Suji. Black takes.
好，这是就到这里啦。白棋认输了，是吧？
Yeah, seems like white has resigned from this position.
对，这个大头鬼，对，这个大头鬼就是对初学来说，白棋打吃的时候，黑棋千万不要连起来。黑棋连起来，这个就是一个典型的大头鬼的形状。这样白棋吃掉，白棋这边就活了。
So an important move to avoid for beginners here is if white Ataris, black really shouldn't connect, because otherwise white can block, and then there will be 1 versus 2, black would die.
对，白棋2棋，黑棋这一块全部死了，白棋这边就活了。所以要
yeah, right. If black dies, then white will obviously live on the side.
那打吃这个的时候是要弃子，就是黑棋要把它连起来，这个形状，然后打2还1。他提掉2个，然后你提掉1个，打2还1，这个结果以后这个白棋是死掉了。
So black needs to actually sacrifice those 2 stones and connect back here. Even if white can take those 2, black can take back 1, and in this case, white still won't have enough eyes to live.
所以最后，对，最后就到这里就结束了。他们都是高手，第1台。显然就不用下到这里就结束了，提掉以后就中盘认输了。
Right. So that was the end of the game because well, both players are strong enough to know that this should mark the end. White doesn't have enough territory clearly, and this group is dead.
好，那谢谢大家，我们就讲到这里了。这一盘棋，你觉得有学到什么东西？这一盘棋？
So yeah, that was pretty much the first game. I think we did learn a lot about cutting points. We talked a lot about cutting points here that are very important, especially in fighting. There are no patterns to follow in the mid game, so it's important to take note of those important shapes, such as the cuts there. And actually, Shorty showed us many variations in the middle that helped us understand why this group cannot be killed.
对，我也觉得是，我也学到了很多。前面是有 cutting point， 这边挖一个也是有一个断点，也下得很好。
Right, so black actually played very well in this game to take all the chances, certainly acted on all the cutting points, and it's a pretty good win for black. So in that case, that would be the end of this game. We will come back with more commentary. This afternoon, we have the first round of the Redmond Cup finals happening, I believe, this afternoon. And tonight, we'll resume coverage of the U.S. Open Masters with round 2. That'll be at 7 o'clock Pacific time. And yes, the Redmond Cup will be at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. We'll bring you commentary starting from 4 p.m. with Eric Louis, AGA 1 non-professional.
And in the evening, we'll have commentary by Stephanie Yin, one down professional, starting from 8 p.m. So make sure you don't miss that out. And we just want to thank Shirley you for being here. And it's been a pleasure. So, and thank you for watching, everyone, and we will see you in the afternoon.
好，谢谢。
Thank you.
好。
And see you again.
quiet, listen.
now your mic is on.
Oh, hey, our mic's on.
Oh boy.
Oh boy.
Oh, this is not good.
Oh, it's
Yeah,
not
you're
good?
live.
This is a Joseki now. Oh, hey. Well, my name's Kevin. This is like a slight Go Talk, isn't it?
I guess so. I'm Steve Colburn
Yeah. We're both here at the U.S. Go Congress.
in San Diego. It's beautiful outside.
Yeah, it's 2017 too. It's a 2017 U.S. Go Congress.
Number 33.
Number 33.
Yeah.
Bam. Well, we're just doing this to talk to you guys and just sort of, I don't know, just have some extra programming and just stuff to talk about.
Yeah, I mean, check out behind us. We got some people playing some free games. They're probably there's some simul's going on as well with pros. They're probably, I don't know, over here or possibly over here. Maybe over here. I don't know.
But so let's see.
So did you play a game this morning?
I did play a game. I lost my game.
Oh.
I have not done any prep for this year of Go Congress. Usually I play a decent amount. This year I have done zero prep. It's actually pretty interesting. It's nice and refreshing. I don't have that pressure of, man, I spent a year trying to get good, and my results are all horrible.
Oh, no.
This time I have no prep, and my results are all horrible. It's great.
But it's only the first round.
It's only the first round. We can see how it goes from there on.
Yeah,
Maybe
there's a long rest of the week.
Yes.
There's a lot more events.
Each day I'll get successively more and more haggard and just sad.
Well, hopefully you'll get better throughout the week.
Yeah.
That would be great.
Yeah. How was your year of Go?
I have not been playing a lot of Go.
I've
been organizing a ton and trying to update things like our website or try to help Michael a little bit add to our YouTube channel.
Oh, nice.
Very little bit.
Very little. How little?
I've been trying to make helpful member videos.
Nice.
So soon we're going to post an e-journal, a couple articles to try to get people updating their information on the membership manager.
Oh, great.
Because sometimes we go to contact people and it's like, oh, that email doesn't exist anymore.
By the way, all you out there, register and become an AGA member. Please. It helps spread Go all around and we can do crazy cool stuff like this.
And it allows us to do better stuff with our video and even cooler stuff throughout the year.
Isn't that right, Michael?
Yeah, obviously.
Yeah.
Great. But let's talk about this year. I think the interesting thing this year is we have Bao Yun back.
Yeah, he was doing crazy things this morning against Aaron Yee.
Oh, was he? I heard he took a huge dumpling off the board, just like...
They started Avalanche real quick. They just went right into it, right in this corner, and it was like real fast.
Who covered that today? Do you know?
Jenny covered that
Jenny
today.
covered that.
Yep, it was live on KGS in a review.
Okay.
We're going to be posting that soon in the e-journal.
Okay.
So everybody will see that probably tomorrow and or later today on the website.
Awesome. Great. And just those of you who didn't know, Bao Yun last year, did he go 6-0? Did he win all his matches, or did he lose? I don't think he lost at all.
I don't remember. We're gonna have Michael pull up our crosstabs from last year, and we're gonna check that out in just a second.
But he did win this year's the first game for this year, which is pretty awesome.
Yeah, he's on a strong start.
And he's also known just playing blindfolded. Like he played. I don't know. He plays blindfolded, and he played Eric Lee last year.
Okay.
We don't know if he's going to do it again this year yet, do we?
Well, he might. Let's see. Bao Yun, 9-0. 9-0.
9-0.
There's not a lot of people who've gone 9-0. Like Myungwon Kim has gone 9. He's won multiple years in a row.
Right.
For the Open. But 9-0 is kind of unheard of at this point. It's such a big accomplishment.
I think also from Japan, from China this year is Song Ziri. I think he was here last year.
Tim Song, yeah. He also played in the City League yesterday and beat Ziyang Hu, Matthew Hu.
Oh yeah.
Who's a 2P.
Mm-hmm.
Last time we saw him at Congress, he was a kid. So it's been a couple of years, but I'm interested to see what he's going to do this year after a few years away.
Cool. Let's see. Let's talk about we have some pros here this year.
Got a lot of pros here.
We got lots of pros. We got our mainstay, Ryo Maeda, which is great.
It wouldn't be Congress without
I know. He is
So-
definitely like now every year you can always see him and just chase after him.
Yeah.
Just like, review my game.
If you come
I
to
don't know what it
Congress,
is
you
wrong.
have to go to his lectures. They're
Yeah.
great. And if you follow the whole week of lectures from him, you'll probably get 2 to 3 stones stronger, minimum.
I haven't, but I haven't been going to his lectures.
I've been working. I wish I could.
Yeah. That's
Yeah.
what. That's probably why. So let's see. There's that. Let's see. Well, Surrounding Game did its like final public screening or big.
They did a big
screen-
public screening last night.
Yes.
You watched it?
I finally watched it.
What'd you
was
think?
great. I wholeheartedly. I bought myself a copy. I teared up at the end. I mean, I don't want to ruin any of it, but it is definitely worth the watch. I feel like if you show it to anybody who doesn't know Go,
Very approachable.
it's very approachable.
Great.
They have a lot of things that even if you don't understand Go, they'll like reference it, and it like you'll see them talk about it later on in the movie in a way that you don't have to know the game, but you can still know what they're talking about, so you can actually follow the game as it goes along. That was really smart by them.
That's great.
Yeah,
Because there's not Go is not. It's very approachable, very easy to learn.
Yeah.
But when
9
you're
rules.
trying to say, oh, this is not Othello, this is not Reversi, it's this other game. What do you want to learn?
Right.
Sometimes I don't have 20 minutes.
I do hear so many people I teach that are always like, I'll learn this later. I was like, it's only 9 rules. There's
Yeah.
black stones and white stones. That's all there is, the first rule.
Right. Can you count to 4? Great.
Yeah, and then black goes first. Isn't that the second rule?
Yeah.
Play on the intersections. That's the third rule, I think.
Yeah. I gotta get Andrew Jackson. He put it down to 3 rules. And
What?
it was super easy to follow.
It's down to 3 rules.
3 rules he found out. Okay, there's a few more rules in there.
There's
but-
more than that, but
Yeah.
if you want to introduce it to people,
Yeah.
and one of these days there's gonna be one rule, just go. Just like, all right, well,
Oh, that'd be nice.
yeah, and then people just like, oh yeah, no problem.
Just plan intersections, no problem.
Yeah, just play on. You'll figure it out.
Yeah, you'll learn ladders later. No
Yeah.
problem.
Let's see, what else is going on? Well, I'm gonna try and do some Go talks while I'm here. I
Anything
mean,
lined up?
there's some people I want to talk. I don't want to like.
Well,
I don't want to build up the expectation and then just like there's some things I want to cover. There's some people I want to talk to. We'll have to see. We'll talk to our wonderful eye in the sky, Mr.
Oh, he's gonna come on this side of the camera.
No, we'll talk with. I have to arrange with him, find a good empty slot. And, well, do you want to show up?
On what?
We can talk.
Oh yeah, maybe. Well, someone else will have to run this.
Yeah, that's true.
No problem. We got that covered.
Yeah, but we'll see. I wanna do some talks while I'm here. I know that I haven't released any this last year because I've been busy with I've moved to California, this and that.
I was watching I was looking at your Instagram from Scotland.
Yeah,
That looked like a lot of fun.
there you go. I wanted to go to a Scottish Go Club. I wanted to go to them so bad. I just was so lazy. There's one that meets. I don't know if they meet every day. This goes to say something. It's very hard sometimes to know whether clubs are on or off or not, and that's usgo.org. You can check out if there's a club near you, and it's actually really worth it to just say, okay, there's a club there. Let's go check it out.
Yeah, I have a video up there right now of how to update chapter information as well if you are an AGA chapter or club.
Mm-hmm.
So we're gonna post that with the earlier video, like I mentioned.
Yeah.
So that we can get our chapter map all up to date.
Mm-hmm.
I was talking with someone earlier, and you remember findgoplayers.com?
I've never heard of that.
So it was like
that sounds like a dating website.
I mean, sort of. If you want to play a game of Go.
Oh, okay, yeah.
I mean, there's not Tinder for Go yet. Of like, hey, do you want to find a thing? Just swipe right. I want to play this Tudon. GoPlayersOnly.com. Yeah.
Tudon, 5Q. 3Don.
No. So it's basically a big Google map, and then you just kind of dial into your area.
Oh, nice.
So it can have clubs, it can have individual people.
Sweet.
So if you're like if you're in the Midwest and you're like, I don't know anybody around me, they can just say, oh, I'm around.
Yeah.
And they can say, oh, okay, let's meet up.
Cool. Let's see. And then I think we're doing how much of an online presence in terms of like where people can see the games. Most people know it, but let's talk about it.
So if you go to the AGA homepage,
right?
I made a change today. Like you can see it right now. On the right-hand side, if you know where the problem of the week is, look just below that. It's got links right to the AGA YouTube stream, the live stream, and the AGA Twitch stream.
How about that?
You can open them right in, start playing right on the screen.
Yeah, cool.
I don't know why it's unavailable.
And then I mean, stop fiddling.
Stop.
But on the webpage, we'll see that. So that'll show us, get us to YouTube, get us to Twitch.
It'll have all the latest news from Congress as well. So
are we posting games on there too? Or?
Yep. So we're posting games in the crosstabs.
Okay.
We're also having an article out, and there's things around the Congress for people. If they have game records, email them to journal@usgo.org. We'll add them to the US Open crosstabs.
Oh, so you can just spy on your friends' games.
Yeah, so there's a couple hundred people in that list. You go find your friend and say, "Oh, hey, how did my friend do at Congress?" And you can say, "Yep, I can look. I'm looking at his games."
That's great. I want to see how my friends lost.
So if our friend Brady from Brady's Blunders YouTube channel, he records his games.
Yes.
So maybe he'll submit, and we get to see his games from as Congress as the week goes on.
I sort of want to see Nick Sapicki lose.
Well, he's been teaching a lot of double jig cues all these
I know,
years.
right?
But he's still a strong down player. He's so good.
He is a very strong down player, but
it's all those.
He's so used to punching around little 18 cues. I want to see him lose to a little kid who's a 4 or 5. Sitting on a phone book, trying to play the moves. Yes. How are we on time, Michael?
Huh?
How are we on time?
I mean, talk for as long as you want.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, as long as we want.
We don't have anything until 3 o'clock. So I mean,
so 3 o'clock is the Redmond Cup.
You guys have another hour.
Oh, gosh.
Oh yeah.
You don't have to fill the hour.
We don't have to
no.
fill the hour.
If you don't have anything else to talk about.
So the last thing before we go, the Redmond Cup starts this afternoon.
Okay.
It's the first of 3 rounds. We're going to be broadcasting Board 1, for the senior division. I'm not sure who's playing yet, but we're going to have Eric Louis, 1P, and Julie Brawl. They're going to start around 3:30.
Are they doing the commentary?
They're doing the commentary.
Oh, okay. I thought
the actual game is going to start around 3 o'clock, so you'll be able to start watching the game. We'll be on YouTube on US Go, or we'll be on KGS on US Go 1 and 2. US Go 2 will be the junior division.
Okay. And also, if you want to get us go on KGS, it's gokgs.com. Correct?
Yes.
Gokgs.com. Go KGS.
Yep.
Yes.
It's been our server for a long time. We actually have the new owners are here, so they're going to have a meeting later in the week. We've been working with them a ton. They're super nice guys.
Yeah. I mean, we got to thank KGS. Who else we got to thank? We got IGS because
they're really trying to go by PandaNet these days.
PandaNet.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then what else is? I will.
The local San Diego Go scene has been awesome setting up the last few days. There's been a ton of volunteers running around.
Yeah, they're wearing those orange shirts.
Yeah, if you on the screen behind, if you see anybody in an orange shirt, that's a volunteer, and they're doing a ton of work this week.
Yeah.
I know our team. We work from about 8 o'clock to 11 something at night.
Yeah, they just
Pacific
they
time.
don't stop.
And this is kind of our downtime in the afternoon, and we're making videos.
Yes.
And if anybody out there, if you're at Congress and see these videos and want to get a live game review on YouTube, come on up to the video room in the afternoons. We'll just get you set up, and you could be here playing a game.
I would love to have someone review my games and yell at me.
So your teacher?
Maybe. I don't know. It'd just be amusing. Just to say, why don't you know this? I don't know.
I mean, I could show you one of my games, and it would be the same thing.
Oh,
but
yeah.
I don't know about Wonko.
For sure. Look, we all don't know about a lot of Wonko these days. So I guess that's it. We'll do our best. I'm gonna try and come up with more. We could probably do something like this every day, and just find people. Just do after game. Just say.
Yeah, we'll try to get some of the strong players up here and say, hey, how was your game? What was something cool in the game that you saw? How are you feeling about San Diego and the week so far?
Right, and if you guys have any suggestions of what you want to see,
journal@usgo.org. You can always send us suggestions, comments, anything. If you have pictures, game results, stories, funny, serious, whatever. We sift through it and we post the best of the best. I got a video you got to see. We're gonna post it later today. It's amazing. I don't want to spoil it for them. It's so good. You're gonna look at it and be like, this is wonderful.
I can't believe it. I can't.
We're gonna go next door after this. So we're gonna Eric and Julie will see you at 3 o'clock for the Redmond Cup, and we'll be back some other time.
Bam.
Have a good afternoon.
Okay, so we're live from the 33rd U.S. Go Congress, and this is the 24th Redmond Cup. I'm here with Eric Louis, who is a one-down professional, and he will be reviewing this game between Aaron Ye and Alan.
Hi.
Alan. Okay, thank you. Okay, so it looks like we're just going to get into it right now.
Okay.
Okay, great.
So Aaron Ye is black.
So just for a little background, Eric Louis has won this tournament 5 times, which gave him the title Redmond Meijin, which is an honorary tournament title.
So black starts with a very common opening, and up to here it's very normal. And a normal Joseki move is here. And then we can expect black to play something like this. And then white's jump settles a local shape. But instead, in the game, Alan White plays this peeping move first. So
he wants to be more aggressive?
Well, I think it's more of a probe.
Okay.
White hopes that black will connect, and then white perhaps will extend like this.
Okay, which would give white a better shape, but instead
black
has peeped.
Black peeps.
Okay, and now he connects. And now he settles.
So here, compared to the normal Joseki, both sides have made one exchange. When black makes this exchange, black loses the possibility of invading here later on. Because we can see with the addition of this white stone, this move no longer works because white can cover on top. Without this exchange, this Hane works for black.
So would you consider that peep to be a mistake in this case?
Well, black gains something on the outside by playing here.
But even with the white stone here?
Well, this exchange
is good for
black. Usually, it's good for black. So now black, instead of playing here, which would be more normal.
And the white would jump up, or would white?
In this case, white may not jump because of this exchange.
Okay.
So that's why black switches to the upper left. Okay, so in this situation, white has many choices. White can pincer a number of different ways. For example, this one is probably the most popular pincer.
Because it doesn't allow black to get a regular base.
Right. And also in the recent AlphaGo games, we see white playing this move a lot.
As in AlphaGo has been playing that move?
Yes.
And why do you think he, or it, chooses to play there?
Well, it's hard to say. Usually, like the normal opinion of this move is it's a little bit conservative. It's not a pincer. It doesn't put much pressure on black.
Mm-hmm. Is that a way of avoiding a fight that
it could
AlphaGo would more likely avoid?
Yeah, it could be. It could be a balance move. Yeah.
Okay. All right, but instead, black has approached the other corner.
Right. So white chooses a very soft move. It's not really a pincer, right?
Mm-hmm.
Since there's 4 spaces.
Right.
So it's kind of an extension from the side, and also its aim is to play this next.
So now this makes maybe this look a little bit better.
Right. So if we can back up to here, because white has chosen a 4-space extension, black is relatively more free. He doesn't have to respond right away, because even if white were to continue, for example, like this, black can still extend with good shape. So if black wants to continue in the corner, he has many different options. But another way is to simply play away, and this is also a good choice. And in response, white chooses to kick and then jump. And this kind of move is very popular these days. Like in the past, white would play here. But in recent professional games, maybe the last 5 years or so, players are entering the corner right away in this sort of shape.
Mm-hmm. And that bothers them, so they changed it.
And
It's just like, never mind. I take it back. I want my corner. Okay. So he comes back to help.
Right. It's okay.
Okay. So now we've got this. Oops.
Okay, so what's interesting about this move is if black wants to play here first, then black's next move should probably be here, actually. And the reason is because if black makes the tiger shape, white is obliged to make the Atari. And now black certainly cannot connect because it'll be
He has
bad
a big
shape.
blocky shape. Mm-hmm.
So black would Atari here. Atari again. And this kind of shape it's quite uncommon nowadays.
It doesn't look as good with white's position here and then the low black position on the other side, maybe?
I think it looks okay for white.
Oh, I mean for black, it doesn't look as good.
Right.
Right.
So if black wants to choose a sequence, normally black would play this one first. And because this stone is far away, if this stone were here, this is one of the Joseki moves, either this one or this one. If black were to hane, then white would cut, and it becomes a relatively simple Joseki. But in the game, white would play here. And then play like this.
And that is what happened?
So that's the game. Basically, by switching the order, black gives white another option.
Okay.
So it seems like white was satisfied enough with this. So
Okay.
that's why he didn't go for the other variation.
Right. Okay. And then
So black
makes a...
comes back.
Right.
Play here.
Oh, now black jumps into the corner.
So this corner sequence is a little bit strange. So extending down is natural in this kind of position.
Right.
But white can also consider playing here. So actually white is a third option, which is to simply block.
Okay.
But actually nowadays you don't see anyone playing like this, because the gain in the corner is I should say the loss in the corner for white is too much. So that's why white chooses to play here.
Okay.
So black usually plays this move first, and then either this one or this one.
Okay.
And with this sequence, black makes life in the corner. However, in the game, black chooses a different move, which is also playable. And in response, white plays a very strange looking move. And now black lives in the corner. So actually, this push seems to be problematic.
Okay.
Usually, in this shape, white would play this one. And black cannot go forward because white's hane would separate black. So black would extend back and then live in the corner. So
if white pushes, it prevents him from blocking or from sealing black in.
right, in this variation, white has sealed black in better in the game.
Right.
In the game, there's still an option for black to jump in.
Okay. So he's using these forcing moves so he can
play somewhere
get
else.
out, just to get out of there. Okay.
Oh, that's interesting.
Oh, it looks like that's where we're at right now.
Okay.
In the game.
So Black's purpose is to try and solidify the corner with a move like this, for example. And now the corner is more or less Black's territory. So actually, this is a very big move, even in the opening, because it weakens Black's large Shamari.
Right. White's purpose was to probably jump into the corner later on.
Right. With a move like this or this, for example.
So typically, with the attachment that Black plays on top, would White then jump into the corner? You said that was unusual, though.
Yes. It seems like White's trying to be fancy in this way. Whether it's good or bad, we have to see. So this move is interesting in itself because if Black is only concerned about the territory in the corner, he can play this, for example, and it's very solid.
But it might be slow.
It could be slow. He might Black might want to be a little bit more efficient. So, for example, if White were to continue like this, Black could leave the corner as is and take center.
Okay.
So a move like this, it protects the corner, but it doesn't put any pressure on White. So
Right.
White is free
White gets to play wherever. Okay. Looks like Aaron is trying to figure out how to deal with this Wheatley move.
Yeah, I think it's a good place to spend some time.
What do you think that he might be able to kill either one of these two?
Well, he can consider a few moves, like, for example, playing here. This is a move that first comes to mind. So
To
now,
separate them.
Right. So now this stone becomes light. White's certainly not going to save it anytime soon. Instead, he'll turn towards the corner. And now it seems like Black has a bit of a problem coming up with the next move, because actually the corner looks like a living shape.
But
And it is.
It is, okay. I thought there was a but coming, but. Okay, so then Black doesn't want White to live in the corner, or would he be willing to sacrifice the corner for something else? It doesn't look like he can build a lot of influence since White has the two sides.
Yes. In this area, I think Black wouldn't play this one, actually.
Right. So instead he would try to attack or make sure that White doesn't live in the corner.
He might be thinking
just standing up,
playing this one, or Hane. So if Black Hanes, then the next move is a little bit interesting. So if White were to play here, right, then Black would connect. This seems possible for both sides. It seems like black has to choose between either the hane or the
Extending up.
extending up.
Hmm.
So he's really taking his time here.
So maybe we can go back and look at something earlier. Well, now in general, does it look like, who would you say is ahead at this point? Just checking in.
It looks fairly balanced. Because of black's gain in this corner, I think black could be slightly ahead.
Hmm. Okay, so then he also would want to be relatively conservative over here.
Yes, it's possible. So the Redmond Cup is a best of 3.
Okay.
And this is the first game, which is pretty important. Yeah,
Mhm.
It sets the tone for the series.
Right. So, have they played against each other previously? I guess that's...
I'm not sure.
But Aaron has won the Redmond Cup 4 times. So if he wins another one, then he'll get that honorary title that you have.
Ah, yes.
And I guess he would be the 3rd person to get that since Curtis got it in 2010.
Oh, right.
So then, oh, here we go.
Oh. So black chooses the hane on bottom.
That's unexpected then,
Right.
somewhat.
It seems like black wasn't satisfied with these normal answers.
So now this is asking for more of a fight?
It seems like white shouldn't have a hard time.
Oh, okay.
So for example, if white simply extends, black would play like this. So in this variation, white lives in the corner, and black
Gets a small...
gains influence.
But influence that can't easily be used.
Right, because it's facing white's
Right.
strong positions.
So it seemed like he should have been going for the corner.
Yes.
So you would think this is maybe a mistake?
I think maybe it's more that this is a very clever move.
Oh.
Maybe-
Clever. He's cleverly giving him the corner. So what is he trying to do then with the clever move like that?
Well, he's just trying to see what black wants. Like, it's a...
Oh, you mean white's move was a clever move?
Right.
Oh, okay. I thought you meant the hane below.
So with white, I would be happy enough just extending.
Just taking the corner now with the variation you played out.
Right.
That would also make this seem better for white, maybe.
Well,
because he's solid enough here, he doesn't have to worry about it.
Yes.
He's able to give black a lot of influence.
Right. It's also thanks to this exchange. Without this exchange, this would be very severe.
Right.
If black had a stone here, then if white had to answer like this, then black can do a lot of things to make white painful.
Right.
So most of the time, the exchanges you make in the early opening, you don't know right away if they're good or bad. You only know later on.
You might know that they're bad. I usually know that mine are bad.
So the key is to try to make them good for you and not so good for your opponent. So in the game, white plays a very strong move.
So he's not happy just to take the corner.
Yes. So the opening so far has been very calm, I think. And
nothing is dead yet, so.
Now I think.
Now something will die.
I think
it's about time.
I think they decided that it's time to do something.
So you'd
black
expect
has two different responses.
he could cut, or yeah.
So if white were to run this stone out, like this, I'm not sure how black should continue.
Because he's all split up now.
So
maybe not cutting. Aren't crosscuts what, Myungwon tends to focus on those. People make the most mistakes by just immediately creating a crosscut.
I see.
Like maybe this, the earlier Hane.
So black can also play here. And now white can connect. And cut here. This would be very good for white. I don't think black can do this.
Because it gives him like a really nice position.
Yeah, and these two black stones are getting cut off.
Right.
I think it looks like a hard time for black. It seems like he has to choose this now.
Okay.
But actually, Aaron is very good at reading, so maybe he can come up with something.
So at this point is...
Black looks like he's in trouble.
Yeah, it just looks like he's going to lose something. And either way, if he loses something, white has a really nice
White has some good positions. Okay, so black still plays here.
Okay.
So
this
I
is
guess
what
this is the second time where I said black must do the other move, but he chose the other one. So
he must not do anything. Okay, so this is the situation where he may get cut off here, and then this stone is just isolated.
So white chose to play this one instead.
Okay, and now black has Atari'd. And oh, okay. Oh, wow, okay. Now this is happening so quickly.
This is unexpected.
So now white kind of looks bad after that exchange.
Well,
doesn't.
Yeah, this exchange is very good for black.
Yeah, black looks really good here.
So for some reason, white rejected this move. Maybe we can find out why. So if black plays like this, then this cut is very severe. Unless black can try something. Like this. But actually it feels very, very risky for black.
Mm-hmm.
So in this shape, white can start from this Atari. After black connects, then white can play this one. And now, if black were to try and kill white,
then white has,
there's
a
problem here with this net. White has 3 liberties and black has 2. So black would collapse.
Okay, so this must be why.
So I'm not so sure why white doesn't connect. Perhaps white thinks that black would simply play here. But then it would still be very good for white.
He just wants more than, maybe black's pretty settled, right, in the game.
In the game, it's as if black made this decision.
Right, okay. Well, now quite a bit has happened. So after this Atari, we have white coming into the corner. And black captures. Now this looks good. This still looks good for black. Because it was like the earlier situation, only he also got the stone in the corner.
I think white
is better.
I think white did okay, but white could have done better, in my opinion.
If he just connected and then jumped out,
right.
That looks better than this.
Yeah.
Right, so this is the same, only sacrificing the stone in the corner, which might allow black to do something later with this.
Well, yes, so that's why.
Or that's why the next move.
Actually, capturing here has two purposes. One is to aim at this in the future, and now.
So it forces white to.
Black could connect underneath here, and also without this move actually works for white. And if black were to block, then this Atari and these two zones will be captured.
Right. Okay, so he may have played it expecting white to then respond so he can have Sente and play somewhere else. So now, just freshly looking at the board, it looks like maybe something, so this area is really, really big.
Yeah, there's some potential here, but actually we can't call it black's territory yet.
Right, because this is open. So maybe he wants to play something to solidify this territory.
Right, one option would be to play this one.
Prevents white from invading deeply.
Well, it's preventing white from coming on top.
Okay.
And maybe expanding here.
Is there any kind of deep invasion white can play here that threatens to link up to this guy and also, you know, something that would also be prevented by that black move, you know, escaping or connecting?
Well, in this position, a deep invasion would be a little bit strange because black is already very, very solid here, and there's an open skirt on this side.
Okay.
So.
What's the general rule? Is it like, isn't it, is it 20 points or 30? That there's like a general rule for when you can invade and when you can't, right?
There is?
Isn't there? Did I make that up? Maybe made it up.
I've never heard of it.
Then I probably made it up. Okay, so he could be going for something like this.
But
or I guess
after this result, I feel like black might be aiming at this area. Like, for example, some move like this. At the moment, it might be premature. Like, if black had one stone here, then maybe this could be playable. That's one reason why black. That's one way for black to make use of this whole sequence.
so. If he were to play that now, what might make it seem premature? It just allows.
That's a good question. I think white should hane on top. It feels natural. And now, it's not very easy for black to continue. So if black were to extend, then white would connect. And there doesn't seem to be any way for black to save these two stones. So instead, black would consider this kind of move. And now if white were to try and protect this area, he would first think of this. But now white doesn't have a good follow-up. Actually, white is being cut in pieces. So instead, white should be a little bit more flexible. For example, simply...
Okay, just let him connect up.
Right. So black gains here, but now white has Sente to play this move. And now this move it greatly reduces black's potential on the bottom. It's one of those positions
Black
where
would have to
there's
play a
top
slow
and bottom,
move.
so if black were to play here, then white could play here
Right.
later on. And there's not much.
So what would he do now if white plays here? Black would need to play it, like even if he plays a slow move, then white can still come
Reduce
in.
it.
So would he just?
So the first instinct would be.
I mean, the first
find a
instinct
better
is
move.
to like. I mean, I have different first instincts than you do. I just want to like these stones to be safe. I don't know if they look like they're in danger, but they seem like if white was able to separate them, they don't really have a base.
Actually, black is surprisingly strong in this area.
Okay.
At least there's no immediate danger of getting captured.
Okay. So would he just Tanuki then?
Yes, he would
Oh, okay.
try and play somewhere else.
Okay, so black has chosen a move.
Oh.
He has gone to the other. Okay. So he thought this side was bigger than this, I suppose.
Well, he might think that these moves are sente.
Okay. Okay, so playing this, he thinks this is sente.
Yes.
And it is.
And I think it should be.
It should be, okay.
Because if white were to play somewhere else,
then could he cut?
Yes.
Okay.
And then this would be a problem for white. So.
Okay, so.
If white were to try and like give this stone up, black could. Black probably would just capture it. And now black has the possibility of cutting here and making a very big ko.
Okay. So is he just going to, like, oh, I see, he has played. He left that alone.
Oh, I see. So this move is indirectly helping this weakness.
By putting pressure on this group.
Right, and also you see white has a nice follow-up of playing a turret. Then these two stones are
safe.
Much stronger.
Okay.
So.
Do you think black might still cut here now, or would he be too worried about this?
I think that depends on his judgment.
What would Aaron do?
Let's see. From what I know of Aaron's style, he doesn't like to play passive moves.
So he wouldn't want to just come and protect this.
Right. So if black were to just extend, then white might play here, which is the vital point in black shape.
So then black has to protect
Right.
again.
So black might protect like this, for example.
Right.
And now white has gained something with these exchanges.
So you don't think Aaron would play this? Maybe. It's too
Well,
passive.
Yeah, probably.
So might he just cut then?
That's probably what he's reading. So actually, White's earlier mistake of these two moves. Actually, it's actually an even bigger problem than we originally thought.
Okay, because now, yeah, cutting these, there's nothing. These stones don't have any.
Basically, they're not
no
making
base.
any
They
points,
don't have
and
any.
they
They're
could
just a big.
become a weak
Weak group. And it's not easy for him to make eye shape.
Yes.
So the two wheat groups on the board right now would be, or possibly this group and then this black group. So that will end up being a lot of the.
But actually, this black group
is okay.
It's pretty flexible.
Okay.
Any time black can play in the corner and it's a live shape.
Okay. So black doesn't really have any wheat groups then.
Yeah, black's pretty solid across the board.
All right, it looks like he did cut.
As expected.
Oops, that's black. Okay. All right, so now this has been officially cut off, somewhat.
Almost. If white were to connect, then white would be in some trouble.
Here and here. Now he has two
groups. Yes.
Two wheat groups.
So
he probably will not connect.
We can hardly expect white to play there.
Okay.
So this should be what happens.
In the ko?
So
or not yet.
Black would probably play somewhere else.
Okay.
Leaving the ko as a kind of time bomb. Like when he's ready, he's going to start the big one.
Okay, so
that's...
okay, so.
Oh, I cannot imagine this move.
So now maybe two wheat groups. I mean, will he be cutting here?
That's one way.
But then, I mean, he would have to.
Well,
but that would so he would have to come up first. Doesn't look good.
So maybe this way. I'm not sure. Like this, perhaps.
Then white has to.
And now white is in some danger.
Still.
I mean.
What? Oh, okay. I was like, still in
potentially.
danger in both places. Okay.
Okay.
So he's jumped.
He made this exchange first.
He did not jump yet. Now he has jumped.
So now black has several options in the center. For
Can
example,
jump out.
jumping like this one. And white would probably just jump like this. And a move like this doesn't seem to work right away because black seems to be a little thin on the outside. So one way for black to do this is to first come from this side. This jump seems to be better than extending. Because you can see if white were to play like this, then black simply gives up the stone. And now white is in trouble here. So if black were to play this move, then this one. So if black can get some sente moves around here, then this might work. And that'll put white under some real pressure.
Okay, if he gets other sente moves.
Right.
So.
Another way for black is to just play here now. Maybe without this one.
And then what? Seems like white would need to escape, right?
Something like this. And there's still some potential for black to cut white off. But before doing that, he might consider
helping out this stone. If
or trying to use this stone to put more pressure on this group.
But he wouldn't use putting pressure on this group to try to cut off that group?
He could also do that, but it seems like this might work by itself.
Oh, okay.
So fighting in the center has many variations and many choices.
And none of them look particularly good for white.
Right. Because white has two groups, so.
Right. And I guess black kind of has a. But those are important, but that's one weak group then, I guess.
So it seems like black will probably play either this one or this move first. I feel this one is still the most natural one. Maybe he's reluctant to make this exchange.
To let him jump out again.
Because even if there's nothing white can do to escape here, white could potentially kill these two stones like this. And actually, it's difficult for black to answer this. Because of the cutting point from this side, black would connect here. If this were to happen, then white would be very happy.
Right.
Right, so we have a question. Can the bottom right group be split with a move around R10? So R10, this move. So the question is there a way to split off these 5 stones from this one?
Well, in that situation we were looking at before, white was allowing black to take this stone and settling the white group
The
here.
variation we looked at earlier was to play like this, giving black some profit on the side, but in exchange for a move in the center. So if black isn't satisfied with this, then the only other option would be to try this one. And white would Atari like this. And if black wants to split white, he has to Atari like this. But it's not going to work out well because black doesn't have any liberties in this area. Oh, actually, black can kill these 3 stones, but it won't be worth it.
It won't be worth it?
Because black had to make this exchange, so it damages the corner.
Okay.
And also, white has center moves around this area. Well, there's a co-possibility in this area. If white were to play like this, it's not a direct co. So black were to take, and then white finds a third, captures back.
So in this way, that might be why you were saying it was premature.
Ah, yes. If black had a stone here, then maybe black can consider some other option. So besides a move like this one, black can also play here. And then like this, it leads to the same variation. So black has a choice between this one and this one.
Oh, looks like in the actual game, Aaron plays, he extends out. And then white threatens these cutting stones. So now Aaron would jump out, but he would have to jump shorter, right? That in this case, he can't do a 2-space.
He can still do that?
Okay.
He chose to play this one. So it seems like he didn't like the possibility of well, what exactly can white do? Just this Atari and capture. But my feeling is that this one should be better than this one because it's
better relation to the other stones,
and it's one line closer to this one. And not only that, it leaves this annoying possibility for white.
Right. So.
Okay.
Okay. So now it looks like maybe black is going to be more focused on trying to. Do you think he'll try to kill this group?
Well, if he can kill without taking too much risk, then he could try, but it also depends on how he feels about the game.
So black's in pretty good shape, so he might not want to try to risk it in trying to kill something by losing.
That's right.
More, okay. So he may want instead not to risk losing anything here, or like.
Right, so sometimes just letting your opponent live.
But live small.
Yeah, is also very, very, very valuable. Basically, the threat of killing is sometimes the best way to play. Because when you try and kill directly, then
they get desperate.
Or
you're just going to lose something if they live.
There's always the potential to yeah.
But he'll still need to do something more with these stones.
Well, white may play here now. So aiming at the connection in this area. And now this move would be very, very pleasant for white.
Black just have to do a very bulky connection.
Either this one or maybe this one. And now white can escape more easily. So if I'm white, I think I'll play here pretty quickly.
Okay. Right, because now both of his groups, it would be very hard to threaten to kill them.
Right, and actually, black is surprisingly not very thick in the center either. So
this is where you.
So I'm sure white.
So that's Alan.
Has thought of this move. Maybe he thinks it's too obvious and wants to try something better.
So what's the rank difference between them? Are they the same rank? Aaron is 7 Dan.
Oh yes, they're both 7.
Alan is 7 Dan, okay. In the situation that he plays this, black will just have to become
black
bulky.
would probably have to play this, unless he wants to. You could also consider this one.
If he plays
that one, yeah.
We have a question for you. Do you see Aaron going pro?
Yeah, he should have a good chance. I think he has good potential.
Okay, so white did not threaten to cut. So this is a little more passive, but it's still okay, or it's not? Because that seemed like it looked pretty clearly.
Yeah, I feel like white is
afraid of Aaron.
He's trying to keep that in reserve.
Okay. Okay. But black should do something now to prevent that from happening. Or
if he wants to,
could he
yeah,
peep here?
He
Oops.
could peep. But after this exchange, black becomes thinner on the bottom.
Mm-hmm.
So he might have to follow up.
Then white.
Can
white then come here?
So let's say black makes a silly move.
Right.
There's this possibility. It may not work. At the very least, white could play this if he just wants to make some eyes or something. Mm-hmm. Okay, so he doesn't make that exchange. He doesn't want to make himself too thin here.
Okay, but this somewhat it almost seems like it forces white to come here.
Right, it invites white to play that next.
Or invites, yeah. So then going what we were looking at before, how does this compare with this black stone then here?
So if this were to happen, then yeah, this move does look a little strange.
Right.
I think it would be better for black to turn here. So there's no weakness that white can aim at right away because white is still not strong yet.
Okay. So in your opinion, he should have done something like this?
Maybe, I'm not sure. But it does seem like in the game, black's attack is not very successful. Originally,
he was splitting two weak groups, and now he's the only. He seems like his group is
kind of
like
weak.
This one's okay. Is this one okay?
Yeah, it's it's pretty solid.
Oh.
Oh, okay. So he's expecting black to respond like this. And then white would play here and then maybe this move. If black has to connect, then it seems, or even without this exchange, it's beginning to feel more and more awkward for black in the center. Basically, black has no eyes, and white is getting stronger and stronger. So.
And he only has this to run to if he's running. So should black play something other than here then? Is there?
Well, one way is for black to just leave it.
Oh.
And perhaps try something in this area. But it seems like an odd choice. Another way is to, like, if he really wants, he can give up the 3 stones. For example, like this. And then, yes.
And then that will allow him to play a move over in that area, or here maybe.
So that's another reason why, with white, I would play this first. Because it forces black to become heavy, and then the sequence would be different. So black has more choices.
He wouldn't ignore that. Black.
No, what I'm saying, like before this one.
But black probably wouldn't ignore it at this point then.
Right.
And he did what you said.
Yeah, it's the first move where he played where I thought he would.
No, you did guess that he wasn't going to protect this earlier and he would cut.
Oh, yes.
So you got that one.
Okay, so as expected. So now I think he's just going to do this. This exchange. It might not be good, right? Like, white has this possibility in the future. And also, this takes away one of white's liberties.
Right. So if he just does this, then
so the natural move would be to do this, right?
But then that's.
But yeah, black
becomes worse.
Black is weakening his own group, so he would have to consider something in the center. For example.
And now would he need to protect this? Like he wouldn't just leave that.
Right. Maybe like something like this. And now it doesn't look like black is going to die in the center. There's too much space to run.
So if this happens, everyone actually looks okay.
Right. But actually, white has played very conservatively in this variation. And white wants to try something else, like this. Then this stone becomes light. So white may consider attacking from above. And this does seem better than this. I wonder how much time they have.
So it also looks like if this is weak, white could benefit in this area from it.
Right. If in that earlier variation, if white were to play here, then
white has
good potential for many points. It's a little strange to take a long time to think after making this exchange.
Right, because presumably that was the point of this, was that he was going to play there. Is there any reason he would want to? Well, this group is so weak, so he wouldn't do this first. White. Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's another way to do it.
And now black is protected. So it seems like white hasn't made him as bulky as he would have been.
Actually, I like this better than this, actually. If black needs to do this. Okay, this one.
Right.
Oh, that's strange. So he's afraid of
a cut here.
He's afraid of this wedge. Does it work? So now it's white's turn. So let's say.
So let's see.
Let's say white plays here, for example.
So now black wedges.
Okay. Oh, this doesn't work. I don't know why. But I think white can play either one.
So if white plays...
well, let me see. So if white tries this one... It seems like white is okay, right? At first glance. But actually, black can put honey on the first line. And now this one and this move are me, so some danger. But actually, white can just simply connect, you know. If this were to happen, white would gain a lot of territory here.
But he wouldn't be worried about those.
Right. Black wouldn't play this if this was
right.
If this was all he could do.
Yeah. But he did worry, so. Oh.
Oh, so black responded.
Oh. I see. Okay, that's where we're at. And it said Aaron has 9 minutes. Is that correct? Aaron has 9 minutes, Alan has 19 minutes.
Okay. So white connects.
Oh, and then black comes to settle the black group.
The next move is hard. He might consider playing here.
And then would black just...
If he plays that, then
I see, so he wouldn't want to...
yeah, he might try to counterattack this area by playing this. So if white were to Hane, then black can push through, right? So you would consider this. And now white would extend. And then black plays here. So this move, doesn't seem to be very effective. So.
It looks like white has cut.
Seems like white is playing very conservatively now. Seems like the play is starting from here and here. White is concerned with his safety. and not actually attacking black. So that could mean that he's optimistic about the situation.
Would you be optimistic? If you were white?
I have to count. Maybe it's a good time to get a count.
Good time to count.
So there's about 12 points in this area, in this corner. Let's call this maybe 23 maybe.
Okay.
So 35, 43, 10. So maybe about 9 points there. So
we're at 35, 44, and then this.
So 50, 54 about.
Okay.
How about white? So at the top we have
18, 15.
More than that. We have maybe
More?
20,
oh.
24.
So are you able to count some of?
Oh yeah.
So this. Okay.
Yeah,
you're
counting.
Okay.
So, let's see. This side we have plus these two sounds. Let's call it 10. Very conservative.
So 30, 34.
So 34, 35 maybe.
Okay, 35.
And this, let's count. Let's pretend it's 8. It's unclear. So.
50. So 43.
43.
43 and 54. He's 54. So he's not ahead.
So it's black's turn. Yeah.
And it's black. Right.
Around 10 points on the board with black's.
So he shouldn't be playing conservatively.
Well, the thing is, black has a weak group to worry about.
Right.
So
white's allowed to play conservatively right now.
Well, in the second half of the game, like white should be gaining from the moves that black needs to play, because he's worried about his weak group. So as long as black has a weak group, then he can focus on reducing white in other areas.
Right. So now he's played a defensive move. Looks like this possibly gives him some relationship there. Or continued pressure, somewhat.
Yeah, it seems natural. Like, if Black were to, yeah, it seems like this is the only place to play since White didn't try and attack Black. Then. So I'd say it's still a pretty close game.
Okay.
The territories are still largely undecided, but White should have good prospects in the second half.
Okay, so, So White should probably need to connect here.
Yes.
Although it hasn't happened yet.
Yeah, but we're gonna expect that, and then. So actually, Black doesn't have as much territory as we thought. Like, even like this, it's very hard for Black to connect. Like, if you have to play a move like this,
it's kind of sad for what promise it had. I guess it was always fairly open.
I think I'm starting to prefer White at this point. Basically, Black's running out of weaknesses to aim at.
Right.
Since Black
he didn't
is
benefit.
Still unsettled in the center.
He didn't benefit from these two weak groups very much.
No, he didn't.
Or maybe at all.
Yeah, in the fighting, it seemed like he couldn't make up his mind like what he really wanted to do.
He didn't attack either of them fully. So now Black will have to play.
Or maybe this one. Oh, I'm not sure which. This is also possible. He may not like White to get this move.
Oh, if he goes here, and then he'd have to.
Well, he would have to
come down.
Back. But he might still be aiming at this area, so maybe this one.
He might still be aiming at this area?
Yeah, there's some future possibility. So. Oh, okay, so. So now I think White will play here. There's no reason for White to
leave it.
Right.
Yeah, I mean that would end up being it's a huge difference. And then Black will need to play down something like this.
Yes.
That's so sad compared to what it looked like before. And at that point, Black would.
White would.
I mean, White. He would just leave it and maybe play something over here.
Something.
Because that looks pretty big right now.
something around this area. Maybe this one. Since black isn't alive yet, white can still put some pressure on black. Another way is, if white thinks he has enough, then like this will be like the final area where black could do something. So he might come from this direction and be more protective of this area.
Okay. And if he's able to get this, then
it looks promising for white.
Right.
I mean, in the original count we did, we said this was like 8 points, but if he were to play here, then it could potentially be a lot more. Of course, white also has to be concerned if there's this weakness that black might aim at in the future.
But he can't do that now.
Right.
Okay. Oh, looks okay. So white did not go here, but this still puts pressure on this black group. So
yeah,
he'll need to
I think this is another move that shows that he's confident about his position.
Oh.
So this move, I guess we can call it a shoulder hit.
I mean, is this something where you would just, I mean, if he wants to be conservative, is that really slow?
If he wants to be conservative, yes.
Okay. But you wouldn't do that?
Well, it wouldn't be it wouldn't be the first move that I read.
So maybe trying to threaten to cut him off first.
Right.
Maybe
so one way
a
would
jump
be,
from, no?
Well, I was thinking more like
okay. Just, okay, yeah.
So that way, like, if black plays here, if white really wants, he can come back like this. But, yeah, like, as long as this move is not very severe for black, then this should be a good option.
Okay.
Like, the first feeling is that this has to be unreasonable, right? Like this, it's two black stones and white is thick all around. So, I think this is kind of do or die at this point.
Like, it would almost be rude to just come here.
Rude of white?
Of white caps. Just like, that's just rude.
There's no such thing.
There's no such thing as rude. It looks kind of rude. But I mean, it wouldn't work. It would be too heavy.
I don't think it would work well.
Okay. Oh, well, white has attached. So it's somewhat less conservative than he's been.
I feel white is playing a little bit too tight, maybe.
Well, you wanted this, so this is a bit tight. I mean, will black be?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
So white would probably extend, and black would come up, and then white could cut. And yeah, white has to come.
Aaron has 2 minutes left, and Alan has 8 minutes left, just for a little update. So Aaron might need to be playing a bit more quickly.
So black has to try this one. Let's say they compromised.
Now we were saying 24 earlier for white territory there, so now it would be...
Now it's less than that. Yeah.
It might be 20, right?
Around 20, yes.
Okay, so it's not that much less than we were counting earlier. That's not what happened. Oh, it's partially what happened. Okay, so white comes back and black comes up.
Ah, so he just wanted to take Sente.
Okay.
And play here.
So is now this okay, this attachment, if he was just going for Sente?
Well, it seems like white doesn't value the top much. I think it's okay.
And now he might, so he's aiming more for territory here.
Well, this move, it's weakening black at the same time.
This is starting to get possibly big.
Okay, so black continues.
So now, I mean, now looking at this white group, I would be worried about it a little bit.
Actually, white is still
totally fine.
Totally fine.
Okay. So then why do you think, he just, okay, so he just played there to protect the
first they destroy the territory on top, and then he wants to play this one next.
Okay.
And now white is not completely alive on either side. So.
Okay, so this one's fine, maybe not this one.
At the moment,
okay.
it's completely fine, but there's the potential of this happening.
So how dangerous is this? Is this very dangerous for black, or does it look like black should be okay? He'll just have to make inefficient moves, so that might cost him a lot.
Black seems to be okay. The only weakness in black's connection is right here. I mean, if white plays anything else, then black would take this spot. And well, I mean, I can't say that black is 100% alive, but I'm pretty confident that black would be able to live.
Okay.
So the question is whether or not this move would work. And
the answer is
well, I don't think Alan is even thinking about
okay. Oh, and now this has already happened, this connection. So he wasn't thinking about that move. You're right. But just because now there's some time, if he does play this move.
Okay.
Does black?
It's pretty complicated. I don't think there's an easy answer.
Okay.
Oh.
But this could be dangerous. But anyway, it did not happen. And now.
This one.
Oh, yes.
So yeah, it's a good sequence for white. This.
So black needs to make life. And it's probably running low on time.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Yeah. He's in Byoyomi. Okay. So he will be paying quickly.
I think it's 30 seconds per move. So
okay.
So now white has to make a move
To protect that
protect
group
this.
now. Okay.
Maybe around here. So white's been playing conservatively for a while now.
Oh, he came over here. So, I mean, that's. It doesn't seem like that's connecting to the. On the next move, can he connect?
You mean white?
Yeah.
Yeah, this would connect.
Okay. But that allows black to. Doesn't that allow black to link up in Sente then? Because then he has to make another move to protect this white group?
Well, if it depends on how black chooses to link up. Like,
okay.
Black would have to. Say he plays here, and now if white Tanukis, for example, then does white have a life and death problem? I don't see anything right away.
Okay. So it looks like Aaron has responded by linking up. And so at this point, white doesn't need to make another move in here?
Right. Yeah.
Okay.
White's alive.
So then maybe white will play something for a territory.
I would expect just something simple.
Mm-hmm. And then it looks pretty good for him. Or would you expect he could do this?
He could do this. Yes.
Or he could do that at any time? If he does, well, yeah. Seems like he should be able to do this and then come back and do this, and then he would be.
I get the feeling he's going to hold on to this for a while.
Okay. What's he waiting for?
Well, in some cases, like this exchange, it could be ajikashi. Like maybe in the future he might want to like try something else.
Okay. So at this point, there are no weak groups left, except
that's alive.
That's alive, yeah. But there's nothing else that could be threatened. Is there any move Black can play to threaten that group? Or is it just...
He can play this one.
Okay.
And White would either capture the stone or Hane and Tiger. No. This.
Okay.
So White plays here. So at this point, Black ends in Gote again.
Right. So now White, well, he might hold on to that, so he might do something else. Would something... something like this be really large at this point?
Well, he could play this move and then just leave it like that.
Right, and then maybe...
This would be big as well, preventing Black's attachment.
Mm-hmm. So he might just be wanting to make territory.
This would be Sente for Black. I'm assuming moves like this do not work.
Oh, okay.
Okay. So White.
So now.
White made an eye.
Oh. Okay. So.
So he saw something.
All right. Now we have. Oh, now he.
Okay.
All right. Here's where we are. So White's move here allowed Black to get this. But, so he saw something. Do you still think that was unnecessary?
Yeah, I mean, I really can't see anything that Black can do.
May have been unnecessary. Okay, so we've got a couple moves here. Back in here. White connects. Black connects.
Yeah, I don't understand this move.
Okay.
Probably I'll have to ask them after the game.
What you saw, what are you looking at? Okay, now White makes this move. He was saving it for now.
And Black blocks.
Okay.
Yes, this is better than this. It seems to be. Okay, so in this shape, this move is a Tsuji. If White were to block, then Black can play here.
Mm.
And White would get this nice exchange in Sente.
Right. white. So now these areas seem to be the open areas.
The game seems close still.
Should we do a recount now?
I think if White loses the game, then this will be a losing game.
It could have been one of those things where you think that you're ahead, so you just have to make sure there's not some magic move that kills you over here.
Yeah, maybe there really was something. But
all right, let's see. Okay.
So that's a move for time.
Okay. He's thinking intensely. That makes sense. Okay, so white comes.
Okay, that move.
Yeah. Another move for time. Wait, no, that was white. So, just because, okay.
So this move would be big. Ah, yes, this is Sente.
Oh, against.
Yeah, I mean, black is alive, but
okay.
I mean, if black were to ignore this, then white would play this move. And in order to live, black would have to play here, and then and then after this, black will only have 2 points. So
lose several points. So can you explain why the connection on the second line is better than the third line, L3?
Oh, this one.
So let's catch up here.
So I think I said that this is better, but yeah, I said this was better once after I saw him play it. I'm not really sure. Maybe they're similar.
I think there was something earlier where this would have allowed
Oh.
a cut or something.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
So
earlier on, that was not possible without some repercussion. So you would have to play here, but then once.
Well, actually, it's easier than that because this move is Sente for black. Like, this is better than this because of this Sente.
Okay.
So it's still white's turn.
Okay. He does have more time, probably.
So if white wants to prevent black from playing that, he can do this if he wants.
Oh, black has settled this. Oh, now white.
It seems like white is.
Oh, now he played what you said.
bluffing. This move isn't good. To exchange that, black gains more. Okay, so now he does
Now
this.
what you, yeah.
Another time move.
Okay. It's happening so fast now. So he comes here.
Usually when both sides play so fast, you can't tell who's winning. They both seem confident.
Let me know if you'd like to pause anywhere to look at something. While I do this, are you?
Yeah,
I'll
just do a final count.
Okay,
so
yeah.
If I can figure out.
Okay, that's where we are right now. Oh, okay.
So I think white is ahead, just a couple points maybe. But I think it's getting closer.
White still ahead by a couple points.
Just a little bit. If I didn't count the dead stones wrong.
Okay, there's this little co.
So black must be. I was going to say desperate, but I guess
right.
White has to answer this.
Okay. Yeah, I wasn't sure at first. It looked like he didn't need to. Like this seems really huge, but.
So this code is not really meaningful yet. So black has to come back anyway. So.
Right. Maybe, I guess he just needed more time.
Yeah. I still have white winning by a couple.
There's nothing sneaky black can do.
No.
No.
So maybe instead of like playing out their in-game moves, because I think they'll play then. Maybe we can talk a little bit about the overall flow. So the opening.
Well, white was behind by, point-wise, he was behind on the board until this group was weak and allowed him to build this territory.
Right. So going back to the beginning, white made a pretty big mistake in this corner, allowing black to invade here later on. And then after black split white apart, it seemed like white was going to be in trouble. But actually, it didn't turn out that way because black made his own group very heavy, and then white's groups got stronger and stronger. And as a result, black's one group was the one under pressure for the rest of the game. So I think that was the main reason for white's win.
Right, because he looked.
Assuming white does win this game.
So I guess, what do you think the losing move was? So now, if white wins, then this is not the losing move. So what would be the losing move?
Losing move for black.
Aaron has 2 periods in Byoyomi, and Alan has 3. But they should be able to finish the game at this point. No problem.
I can't really pinpoint like a particular move that Aaron played that was particularly bad. It just seemed like his overall just the moves in the center. It seemed like he couldn't quite score a decisive blow on either group, and then as a result, his own group was floating.
So earlier there was some opportunity for him to do a 2-space jump, right?
Right.
More immediately, but instead he came here.
Yes, he extended instead of.
So do you think maybe that could be the losing move? If he had done a 2-space jump, it would have kept the pressure on both weak groups?
Well, it's too early to call this a losing move. I think overall, black might have considered sacrificing these stones. After this point, like maybe something on the outside, and then aiming to do something in this area, and perhaps making territory on the bottom. So basically, like this corner. Originally, I thought black was in big trouble, but the result, I think white was still a little bit better. So black became very thick, and then the expected compensation in the future was aiming at white's thinness, but that never happened because black's
he was too busy over here. So this is like premature. Too late.
It happens a lot. Like when you suffer a loss in territory, but you're thick, then you expect to gain later on in the game.
Any other big mistakes other than white's move here and black's like general floundering? That's not the right word.
Oh, okay. I think we can praise white's attachment in the corner.
Oh, it's time for praise.
I think this was very interesting.
Like a testing move.
Yeah. Because if white were to simply, make this exchange, then there's no way that white can play. I mean, this move wouldn't be effective in the future. I mean, playing it now gave white all sorts of possibilities.
More praise. What else was good? It was fantastic.
I have to think hard about it.
You've had to be very judgmental. It's time for praise.
So they're still wrapping up the end game.
Okay. No more praise?
Oh, praise. Oh, I think white had a lot of guts to connect here.
Oh, okay. Right.
Or maybe I guess.
Or do you think black didn't punish it?
I think white probably judged that giving up this Panuki was too much for black.
Okay.
So he decided to connect, even though he had weak groups, he would deal with it, just fight it out in the center, and I think it worked out well for him.
He had certain gutsy moves that allowed him to be able to be conservative later on.
Oh, the game looks like it might be getting closer now. Because white is losing points.
Oh, okay. Do you want to put...
It's okay.
Okay, so white ended up losing a few points in here. How did he lose points?
After black threw in, there's no points for white there.
Okay.
Now white has to protect his own territory. I mean, if white was only ahead by a little bit before that, then it might be reversed at this point.
Oh, so then that could become the losing move again.
Yeah. Probably everyone else knows who's going to win at this point. Usually it's the commentators who know.
Who don't know anything. We don't know anything.
There's the commentators who find out last who's actually ahead. Maybe someone can help count.
Okay, so you were counting before the white had lost a few points in the upper left then.
Right.
So it may be even.
Are you counting?
Yes, but I don't think it's going to be helpful. I don't know if there's not enough time. We'll find out soon enough. Did you recount?
No, I didn't actually.
Really, we're just sitting here now. Don't. So we could talk about how you won 5 of these. How did it feel?
Oh.
Do you think the tournament's changed in terms of how strong everyone is?
Yeah, I think there's definitely an increase in the number of
strong kids,
strong youth players. Yeah.
Maybe because of tournaments like this.
Yeah, it's definitely a contributing factor.
These would be the kids that later compete in the pro qualifier. Yeah. Probably. Do you have any other general comments about
about this game?
About this game? As they're finishing it up. It's.
I think they're well matched.
Mm-hmm.
Aaron seems to be slightly more aggressive. Alan seems.
Alan has some fancy.
He has some nice moves. He seems to prefer. He likes to play more balanced, I think.
Mm-hmm. So how will this game impact the rest of it? I mean, will it put them in, what kind of mood would it set if?
Well, actually, it's interesting because in a best of 3, if you win the first game and then you lose game 2, then actually the winner of game 2 probably has a bit of an edge going into the last game, psychologically.
Mm.
So usually, the winner of game 1 tries extra hard to win the second game.
Mm-hmm.
And obviously, the loser of game 1 also tries his best in the second game. So.
But does it make sometimes the person who wins the first game becomes overconfident?
That could happen.
Or do you not see that as often?
It's probably not so common.
Oh, okay. So did you win 5 years in a row, or did you win, was it separated?
Well, I won 5 times in total.
5 times in total, but like 4 years in a row and then one that was separated?
I think it was a couple of years in a row and then a year in between.
Oh, Jesse Chow. Did you play against him?
Yes.
He won one of them, right?
I think so.
Okay.
Yes. So.
And then you came back and you beat him. Okay, now it looks like it's just dame. Oh, there's that ko, right.
So.
Okay, how many ko threats are left?
So
White needs a ko
black's
threat.
gonna win this ko.
White has 1, 2. White has 2. And black has...
Black has 3. Well, he had 3, and now he's gonna finish the ko. So white plays the last move. So maybe white will win half a point. I'm just guessing randomly. I didn't actually count towards the end. Oh, what's going on?
I don't know. Okay.
Who do you think won?
I mean, since okay.
50,
I mean,
50,
I would
50
hope, yeah. I feel like it would be exciting for Aaron to get that Meijin, the Redmond Meijin title. So, you know, I guess I would hope that he. But I mean, this is the first game, so. Oh, how many captures do they have?
White has one more capture.
White has one off. Okay.
Oh wow.
Oh.
Wait, what's the Komi? Isn't it 7.5? But it should be white played last, Komi 7.5. So black should win either 1.5 or 3.5, not 2.5.
Something's wrong. Are they not passing stones?
It doesn't matter if they pass. Well,
Doesn't
white played the last.
Oh, white played
move.
last, so it doesn't matter. Okay.
Wait, are they using ing rules? That's the question. If it's ing rules, then it's 8 points coming.
Oh,
really
wait.
make a difference.
Wait, is this the official count now? I'm confused.
I mean, unless Komi is 6.5, if Komi is 6.5, then it makes sense. Then black wins 9 on the board. Of course, I could just count. Screen's a little far.
I could try to try to put it. No.
Ah, okay.
Okay.
So black wins 9 points on the board. That makes sense. So it seemed like Black might have won at the last moment, maybe, with this end game. Because it did seem like White was a little bit ahead. All right.
So now we can say that that was the losing move.
Maybe.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you for the review, and thank you all for watching.
Hey, Chris Garlock back with you here at the Go Congress. Thank you, Eric and Julie. That was an amazing commentary. I hope everybody enjoyed that, and just a really comprehensive work there. All right, stay tuned. U.S. Open Masters Round 2. That's right, 2 rounds today. We had the first round this morning. Round 2 will be tonight, 7 p.m. Pacific time. That's just about, I think, about an hour and a half from now. 8 o'clock, around 8 o'clock, we will have commentary beginning with Stephanie Yin, one non-professional, and Andrew Jackson. So grab yourself some dinner, and we'll meet you back here shortly.
13 by 13. Forming over here.
Hello out there. I'm Andrew Jackson. I'm joined by Stephanie Yin, one-down professional from the China Chi-Yuan, and we are live from the San Diego U.S. Go Congress, the U.S. Go Congress in San Diego. Anyway, you can see we are here in the Skybox at the Go Congress at the Town and Country Resort in San Diego, and we are bringing you Game 2 of the U.S. Open Masters between Hu Ziyang, also known as Matthew Hu, and Sun Quan. Both of these players are Canadian, so we have sort of an inter-Canadian match here. And not only on this board, but I think also on, is it board 2, 3?
I think it's
farther down there. Ryan Lee is also playing Go Yongfei, who is, they're both Canadian as well, very strong. Go Yongfei has won the U.S. Open 3 times. Wow. And I think Ryan's in the hunt to win it here this year as well. So it's going to be a pretty exciting night for the Canadians. What do you think of the game so far?
I think they just ended the call.
Oh, right.
Big call very dramatically.
And I guess we should talk about why so first of all, the pace of the game has been fairly slow, and we should maybe mention why we decided to wait on when we'd begin this broadcast for the commentary. You want to say what you were telling me a little bit prior before?
Yes, sure. Yeah. So Hu Ziyang, everyone knows he's a pro, and he's pretty strong pro because I think he won 3 times U.S. Open before. And everyone is kind of afraid of him.
His nickname used to be The Kid, but as he is, I think, he's grown, he's gotten a lot taller.
He's getting bigger.
Every year, man, and I'm still staying the same height, so. But yeah, so since we may no longer be able to call him Hu Ziyang, The Kid, we may need to come up with a new nickname. Maybe The Killer seems to be working out for him. But you say he's very strong.
Yeah, so everyone, when we are playing with the stronger players, we always like to take a slow pace because we want to wait to see what the opportunities are on the board. So I think this is kind of a strategy like Sun Quan is using. Sun
Quan was trying deliberately to play a sort of a slow, reasonable game and sort of.
Yes, and also he's looking for the very complicated situation on the board because his style, first of all, his style is very attacking and kind of complicated fighting style, and he wants to make the board as complicated as he can. Yeah.
Right. And so I guess before we had joined, we were talking about how prior to the ko starting on the left, most of the opening was fairly almost smooth. Like Joseki sequence, very smooth. Do you want to? Shall we go into it? Maybe review the sequences. All right. So Hu Ziyang here has white, and Sun Quan has black, and plays a fairly standard and straightforward. So the small enclosure seems,
very unusual things. AlphaGo.
Unusual since AlphaGo. That's right. AlphaGo has sort of put this out of fashion, but I guess people are still experimenting with it. And it seems, like this was just a very normal sequence.
Yeah.
For the opening, right? Where we have the invasion, and then